per diem when on official business plus reimbursement for expenses. 7, which commission responsibility is an exercise of its quasi-judicial power?
A.
Grant or deny license applications. D as in Delta. All right, number 8, the commission is not empowered to? C, levy fines and imprisonment as penalties for certain crimes. Can FREC put you in jail? No. We're going to confirm that once again today. We'll talk about it. Nor can FREC force you to pay somebody in a lawsuit. Like if somebody sued you, you lost, and they can't force you to pay. No. FREC only has control over your what? That falls under executive authority. You remember? Executive. It's just like the government. Executive, legislative, and judicial. But instead of just legislative and judicial, they say quasi. Quasi is kind of, sort of, almost. So they can't create laws that affect us outside of real estate, not criminal law. Okay, there you go. It's easy to remember. 9, specific responsibilities of FREC do not include. It's D as in Delta, because whose responsibility is it to prepare and administer the state exam? It's DBEPR, under the Division of Professions, if you remember that. 10, which power is not granted to the DBEPR under Florida Statute 455? It is C as in Charlie, appoint FREC members, because we know who appoints FREC members, each new governor. Number 11, which statement regarding DBEPR is true? Yes, they operate under the executive branch of the Florida government. 12, FREC may reinstate a null and void license. Yes, this is the only exception. If you can prove economic or physical hardship. Very difficult to prove, and some people don't realize what effort must be taken in order to prove that. But number 13, how many members of FREC may hold a current active sales associate license?
A.
A is in Alpha. 1. 4 of them are active brokers who have been licensed for at least 5 years. 1 of them can be an active sales associate or broker who have been licensed for at least 2 years. And 2 of them are consumer members, people who have never had a real estate license. That's the rule. 14, if an active licensee fails to renew their third 2-year license before the expiration date on the license, a license will. It says their third 2-year license. So have they already completed their first renewal? Yes. What's every renewal after the first?
Continuing education.
CE, right? If you're late, do they cut you some slack?
Yeah.
For your CE, yes. You could be penalized, obviously. Your license status is going to be jeopardized. What's the answer? It's A. Your license status reverts automatically to involuntary inactive status at the end of the license period. And to further that point, if you're late to complete your CE, how long could you be late before your license is completely gone?
2 years.
A is in Alpha, 2 years. It says involuntary inactive. So that means their license is already past the expiration date. You understand? Not for your first renewal. We know what happens if you're late for your first renewal, null and void. 16, who may not reactivate a license to active status? Yep, it's D as in Delta. If you're late by 1 day for your first renewal, your post-license. 17, an owner-developer owns several properties with different names, but all of the entities are closely connected and controlled by the owner-developer. An associate working for that owner-developer may legally obtain a group license. A is an Alpha. Allows you to sell for all of the affiliated entities of that owner-developer. 18, a broker moves his real estate office to a new trendy location. He's so busy with the move, he forgets to notify. Forgets to notify. What status is a result of failing to notify?
A.
C to be in force. A is an Alpha. You can easily get confused with involuntary inactive. Understand that if you fail to renew on time, other than your first renewal, your license status will be involuntary inactive. If you fail to notify in time, cease to be in force. 19, which statement is true regarding multiple licenses? It is B, a broker who qualifies as the broker for more than one brokerage company holds multiple licenses. Any questions about that?
The number 13, please.
Number 13? The correct answer is A. Okay, yes. Again, the members of FREC, how many members of FREC are there?
7.
4 of them are active brokers who have been licensed for at least 5 years. One of them, the answer, can be an active sales associate or broker who have been licensed for at least 2 years. And 2 of them are consumer members. So that answers the question. How many sales associates? 1. 20, a broker decides to relocate her real estate brokerage office, but she notifies the BPRO of the change in address. She also informs them of the names of the associates who are no longer associated with the brokerage. The brokers or the associates' licenses will be what? D, placed on inactive status until they can find new employment. A new employer. Broker has to do what now? Well, here's the thing. Refer to the policy manual, first of all. What is the termination protocol? If you decide to change employers, how much advance notice must you give? All of that should be outlined. So is it common courtesy, professional courtesy to let your employer know if you're going to change? No longer going to work for them, work for another? But a lot of real estate agents don't. And because they want to close out their business before they move, because you can't take your business with you. Do you remember that? All right, before we even get into Unit 4 questions, let's review those 3 relationships once again. Understanding those 3 relationships is the key to answering any question that you encounter on your exam, class exam or state exam. The no brokerage relationship. Do you remember the no brokerage relationship? Single agent. As a no broker, you're hired not to broker, not to facilitate. You're not representing that individual. You're simply limited to taking care of the what? The paperwork. When most likely would you be hired just to take care of the paperwork? When you're dealing with a what? For sale by owner. Exactly. Good job. For sale by owner. You know what a for sale by owner is, right? That sign that they put in the front of their yard, for sale by owner, is letting you know that it's for sale by the owner. They don't want you to help them out finding a buyer, negotiating a price. They can do that on their own, but once they find a buyer, they might need somebody to come in and take care of the paperwork used to solidify the deal. So no brokerage relationship would be most suitable for that. Now, the transaction broker relationship does include representation, right? But you could represent both sides, prospective buyer and seller in the same transaction, and make a commission off of both sides. There's nothing wrong with this. But you must remain what in the transaction? Neutral, impartial. So yes, you can represent both sides, but how do you remain neutral in the negotiation process? What do you present to each side? Offers and information until they can reach a what? Mutual assent or a meeting of the minds. Yes. So the transaction broker relationship, you have a limited capacity because you must remain neutral. It's representation, but in a neutral capacity. And then we have the single agent relationship. And the single agent relationship is just like it sounds. You're going to choose your side. You're either choosing to be a single agent with the buyer or a single agent with the seller, not both. You're choosing one side. So representation is involved in that. You can help them with negotiations, but you're looking out for that side and their best interests alone. And because of this alliance, this allegiance, what do we refer to that as? Starts with the F. But what type of relationship? Fiduciary relation. Exactly. And because this is the only relationship out of the 3 where fiduciary exists, what is that buyer or seller, whatever side you selected, what are they referred to as? Yes, they're called a principal. And with the other 2 relationships, transaction broker and no brokerage, because fiduciary is not involved, no alliance exists there, what is that buyer and or seller you're working with referred to as? Starts with a C. They're called a customer. This is how we describe it. Even though there's three relationships, then you can choose any one of those three. Which one is automatically assumed in the state of Florida? Transaction broker relationship. And those are the three relationships. If you understand those three, that is the key to answering any question you encounter on your state exam, getting it right, understanding those three specific relationships. That's what makes up the majority of this unit. But let's go through these questions together. Number one, a real estate brokerage company has entered into a single agent buyer brokerage relationship with the buyer. That's redundant. In order to show the buyer property that is listed with the same brokerage company for which it has a single agent relationship, in what brokerage capacity may the company work with both sides? Well, you can't do so because you already have single agent relationship with one or both parties. So you can't bring them together. That would be an illegal dual what? Agency. But could you switch the relationship? Can you switch out of single agency? Yes. And switch to what relationship to best suit what you're trying to accomplish? Transaction broker relationship. So why wouldn't you select that from the very beginning to avoid this conflict? But that's not the question. How can you switch? What document must you have signed by both parties? It's called the consent to transition to transaction broker form. You get that one document signed, that's enough to switch and continue with the transaction broker relationship, represent both sides, facilitate the deal. Two, the brokerage relationship disclosure requirements in Chapter 475 of the Florida statutes apply to B as in Bravo. We're looking for the sale of residential property. A common mistake is always selecting C for whatever reason, because people see residential, but what does it say? It doesn't say residential sale.
Residential.
That's wrong. Remember, those three relationships we just got done reviewing don't exist in a lease agreement or working with a tenant, leasing out property. Those three relationships are only present in the sale of residential property. So if we're not talking about residential, the same rules do not apply. And everything we learned about those three relationships. So what's a residential sale? Well, a sale of a condo unit, that's residential. Townhouse, single family house, duplex, triplex, quadruplex, 4 units or less, right? Number 3, which statement best describes the duty of loyalty in a single agent relationship? Yeah, that's easy enough. Broker must act in the best interest of the keyword principal. Number 4, a real estate broker who works in a keyword limited capacity for both sides is a what? Transaction broker. Good job. B as in Bravo. Number 5, a licensee of ABC Realty must give the no brokerage relationship notice to?
AC.
Yeah. When you're dealing with a for sale by owner. Remember, for sale by owner means they don't want you to represent them, right? If you already have a single agent relationship with one side of the transaction, what's the only other relationship that could be combined? The no brokerage. If you already have alliance with one side, the only other way that you can assist the other side is by just simply taking care of the what? The paperwork, and that's it. 6, a broker has listed a seller's property. The seller has disclosed to the broker that the ceramic tile is loose in the dining room because it's covered, the cement did not adhere to the tile and it's covered by a rug. What's your duty, your legal obligation as a real estate professional?
B.
Your duty is to, yes, B as in Bravo. Yes, 100%. It's a latent defect. It's not something that the buyer can see for themselves. And you're thinking, really, something that small, a loose tile has to be disclosed? Yes, because you have knowledge of it and the buyer cannot see it. If you can't disclose things that you don't know about, right? And is it your responsibility to do an inspection of the property? No, it's a home inspector. And the buyer, they pay for that to make sure that they're getting a good product, i.e. the house that they're eventually going to live in.
So it's only if you know about it.
Yeah, of course, because once again, you can't disclose things that you don't know about. But how do you reduce liability and make sure they don't try to point the finger at you? Because that's the first thing they're going to do. They're going to think, okay, well, we're the real estate agent. How could they not know? They should have told me about this. It's a big problem. How do you reduce that liability? Well, you go to the seller and you get the seller to fill out something called a seller's disclosure. And the seller's disclosure is basically a questionnaire asking the seller everything they know about the property that has issues. And you hold them accountable to that. They sign off on it. And you take that seller's disclosure, you present it to the buyer you're working with, and you say, hey, listen, before you do the inspection, just so you understand, this is the defects that the seller is aware of, they have knowledge of. You can't control if the seller tries to hide something and doesn't want to disclose it, but you hold them legally accountable rather than the finger being pointed at you because you got that seller's disclosure signed by them.
Do you make all?
Well, we had a question in the back. What was the question?
You're not really, you're not technically not supposed to, but you're not responsible to tell the,
You're mixing it. You're mixing it with yeah, you're mixing it with two different things. There were things that federal law says you don't have to disclose, but the hole in the wall that's covered up by a painting is what I described. If you know that hole exists behind the painting, you have to disclose it. Hidden defects. But if it's out in the open, you don't have to disclose things that the buyer can see for themselves. But what about death in the property? Somebody, or it's haunted. Superstition. Do you have to disclose superstition? Does that make sense? There's a famous story about this. Right. Can you be the agent that says, I suggest you do your own research? Of course you can, if that's relevant to them, but federal law says you don't have to disclose it. There's a famous story about it. Anybody from up north, by any chance? New Jersey, New York area? You might be familiar with this story because it was turned into a movie, but it's Amityville Horror. Have you ever heard of this? Okay, it's a very famous movie and it was remade a few times and it was based on a true story. They thought this house was haunted, but what they really found out was that this woman was killing all of her lovers and husbands. And they were just saying it was, but they never caught her initially. And then they found out later on that it was actually her that was murdering. So well, yes. And she was finding ways to take them out, whether it be poisoning and so forth. But they made a movie out of it to say it was like haunted, and the house still exists today. It's actually a beautiful house and it's in a very nice neighborhood.
and
Somebody lives there. The question is, did the real estate agent that's listing that property that a haunted movie was based off of, do they have to disclose that to their prospective buyer? No, they don't.
Probably fine just because of the movie.
But the person that owned it, well, that might still own it now, because it's an attraction, people are hopping their fence and taking photos in front of the house. They had to change the address with the city or the county, so that way it made it more difficult for people to find. Amityville Horror. Don't ask me to spell it.
Always do appraisal, or the agent have to always, have you ever been?
In general,
somebody didn't get-
yeah, so the question is, when is it recommended that you do an appraisal? It's always recommended because you don't want to pay more for the property than it's actually worth. So even if you're buying it cash, you should still hire an appraiser to complete an appraisal report and provide that to you. If you're going to get financing, the lender requires it. Question. You do. The borrower. The lender makes you pay for it.
So, if you know, like something happened, like someone died, like you tell like the person that you buyer, and you just like, how will you handle it yourself? I think he's confusing.
Are you asking me personally, or are you asking what federal law says? I don't believe in ghosts and all that stuff. I don't think it's relevant to a real estate transaction. That's my personal opinion.
You think it's been ghost, but what that? Because
Huh?
it's motion, it's little.
Motion.
I think they're confusing appraisal with inspection.
Oh, yes, that's what I meant. I meant
Yeah,
inspection.
That's what you meant.
Yeah,
Like,
still.
what's that from? Who make, is it gonna make it a requirement on either side?
The lender may require, depending on the type of financing program that you go with. If you go with FHA, they do something called an appraisal inspection. This is something we'll talk about later on. Conventional, yeah. But depending on the loan program, the property may or may not be more scrutinized. If you go for a government-backed loan like FHA, then the property is going to be very much scrutinized, and they want to make sure it's in the best habitable condition possible before they offer financing. So any little thing in the inspection is going to cause a conflict, and it can hold up the transaction.
You have-
Yeah, and that could delay the closing as well. 7, a transaction broker has all the duties listed below except, because obedience is a duty of the single agent relationship. 8, I'm going to paraphrase question 8. You received 2 offers on a home as a real estate professional. What is your duty? What must you present all offers and counter offers, explaining the details of each in a timely fashion? So the question I have for you is, and this is how the state exam might test you, do you get to decide which offer is most attractive and only present the most attractive offer?
No.
No. You present all. And you might be thinking, okay, well, wait, this is way less than the actual asking price. I'm not going to waste my time with this. No, you still have the duty to present all offers. Now, you can provide additional guidance to your seller about that, but you'll never know what the seller is going to take. I use every edge and every strategy that I possibly could in order to make sure that my buyer wins that battle of offers. Maybe if I know that my buyer is barely qualified to get financing so they can purchase a house that's probably not that expensive, at that price point, there's probably a lot of competition. And you're dealing with people that might be a little bit more qualified or have better financing terms and so forth than the buyer that you're working with. Other offers may be more attractive, but I might advise my buyer to type up a letter. After we see the property, I'll tell them, type up a letter, sign it, but in this letter, I want you to express to the seller, I'll deliver it to the listing agent, what this property means to you and your family. Okay? And I'll even ask them to get me a beautiful family photo. I'm serious. And I'll attach it to the letter along with the offer, and then I'll submit it, because I've had circumstances where that won me the battle, even though my offer from the buyer I'm working with, because that's all they could offer, was a lot less than all of the competing offers. Because what it means to one seller could be different from another. Maybe the seller's thinking, I grew up in this, or I raised my kids in this house. I want to make sure that this goes to a good family where they can raise their family the way I raised mine. And that's what means more to them than the actual money, the monetary. Yeah. Yeah, it could swing that way as well, but let's continue on. Question online? Yes.
I was just going to
Teresa?
say, yep. Can you hear me? I was
Yes.
just going to say, during the pandemic, when you had a lot of companies buying up houses cheaper, a lot of real estate agents encouraged people to do that, because obviously they couldn't come in with all cash offers or what have you to try to sway the sellers. And that actually is what got people into houses too. People actually sold to families as opposed to corporations that were buying up houses. So it does work. I've seen that in real time.
Yeah, rather than receiving this just cold, very cold offer by this faceless company that's offering cash, what means more to that seller selling it to a good family. rather than just the profiting of capitalism and corporations. So it's a good point. Thank you for sharing that. Okay. Number 9, in the common public relationship that exists in a typical real estate transaction, buyers and sellers are said to be dealing at arm's length with one another. Also known as, what's the Latin phrase? Caveat emptor. Caveat emptor, which means let the buyer beware. Number 10, if a principal gives a broker instructions that will result in loss or harm to the principal, the broker what?
A.
It's D as in Delta. Should inform them of the possible harm inherent to the instructions and then either do as instructed because you have free will as a human being and suffer the consequences, or even wiser, maybe withdraw from the relationship if you think it's going to be a conflict of your ethics, morals, and so forth, or jeopardize your license. Number 11, a broker's obligations to consumers with whom the brokerage firm have a no brokerage relationship include the duty of B, accounting for all funds, B as in Bravo. 12.
Can you explain that question again?
Which one?
11.
Yeah, it's saying, what are the duties of the no brokerage relationship? Which of the following is the duty of the no brokerage relationship? Yep. That's it. Because if you go back to that list of duties, you have to memorize what's on that list. Think of the acronym ADD. Remember ADD? The first one was accounting for all funds. Designated sales associates are best described as A, single agents for both buyer and seller in a non-residential transaction where the buyer and seller meet certain asset thresholds. Do you remember what those asset thresholds are? They each have to have how much in assets? $1 million is correct. 13, which relationship is a general agency relationship? It's B as in Bravo. Relationship between an employing broker. This is the example I gave you yesterday. Like myself, I'm your broker, you're all my associates. I would be the principal and you would be my general agents because you're responsible for some duties on behalf of the principal while maintaining fiduciary between you and I. 14, which action will terminate a single agent relationship with a principal who has listed a home for sale with a brokerage? This is easy. It's D as in Delta. Destruction of the property. And 15, a real estate broker and their associates are obligated to which duty in all 3 relationships? Yeah, deal honestly and fairly. Any questions? So how do you guys feel about Unit 4?
Can I see
Más o
the-
menos?
Can I see the answer to
Usually I
number
find
7?
out that Unit 4 is sometimes a little bit more easy than Unit 3 questions, but you guys feel the opposite? It really comes down to those 3 relationships. Once you get the hang of those 3, then you'll be golden. All right, question online?
Can I see the answer to number 7, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
7 is D as in Delta. All right, we're making good time, so we're actually going to jump into our session. Is that okay? Yeah. We're going to start with Unit 5. Today is going to be Units 5 and 6. We're going to start with Unit 5. Yep. So Unit 5, this is the most important unit in the textbook. Did you hear me? It's the most important. Why? It's the most important, but it's the second longest in the textbook. I'm going to repeat that. It's the most important, but it's the second longest unit in the textbook. The next question I usually get is, what's the longest unit in the textbook? The longest unit in the textbook is unit 13. That's going to be next week. But for now, unit 5. So it'll be the longest we encounter thus far. Unit 5 represents 12% of your state exam questions. How many questions are on the state exam? How many units are in the textbook? Let's do the math here. Look, if I can reveal to you real quick. If there's 100 questions, you divide it by 19 units. If you had an even amount of questions from all 19, it would be, about 5 questions per unit. But this unit represents what percent? 12. So yeah, it's significant. It's very important for you to pay attention, highlight as much as possible, take notes, ask questions. We really have to understand the details to put us in shape to take the state exam. So what is this unit about? We see brokerage activities, procedures when you operate within a brokerage company. You understand why this is important. You have to know your place, your role within a brokerage company, what rules you have to comply with, the procedures and timelines that come along with this, the agreements that need to be in place. What is expected of you as an associate when operating underneath a broker? We're going to discuss it within this unit. We're going to learn rules that the broker has to comply with, and that will help us understand where we stand. We're going to start on page 90 with a slight review. Just a quick review of something we talked about last night. We see brokerage offices. Actually, we talked about this on the first day of classes as well. We know that an associate, are they allowed to open up their own brokerage office?
No.
No. Can a broker associate open up their own brokerage office? No. They're still an associate. They chose to downgrade themselves. They have to follow all the same rules that sales associates follow. They operate under the supervision of a broker. Do you remember this? So no, they cannot open up their own brokerage office unless they upgrade back to broker. And the rule is all active brokers, we know this, must have a what? Yeah, and register the office with who? With this agency, the Florida Licensing Authority, DBEPR. And DBEPR issues them a license to operate out of this acceptable location. So let's talk about the requirements for the location that you operate your business, your brokerage entity out of. Let's go through it together. It's simple, but you got to pay attention. The office must consist of at least one enclosed room in a building of what type of construction? Stationary. We'll come back to that. That means stationary, not mobile. That provides privacy to conduct negotiations and closings of real estate what? Transactions. So essentially an enclosed location where you're performing real estate services, right? That's broad strokes, but let's refine and talk about a few other things, including the documents that you maintain. Says the broker may store files electronically. Do you see that? Last sentence, line 17, 18. So the broker has to maintain records, files, transaction files, and yes, has to maintain documents for how long? 5 years. But can you store them electronically as we learned last night? Yeah, you can. That's acceptable. There's nothing wrong with that. Store it in the cloud. But you have to be able to access it easily for any disputes that arise in the future for past real estate transactions that you were involved in. The next paragraph is about the acceptable location that the broker operates their office out of. It says, as long as local zoning allows it, and your HOA, who's HOA? Homeowners Association. Yes, association don't have a problem with you doing so. You could potentially set up your primary brokerage office within your own what? Residence or home. Isn't that a beautiful thing? It gives so many new brokers the opportunity to get themselves established operate out of their own house. And then once they generate enough income, save up enough capital, then they can branch off into one of these locations that we're currently located within and build out the space and put things up and install equipment and so forth to make it a better experience for clients. So you could do that. We already talked about this. Can associate open up their own brokerage office? No, you'll see it here. It's on line 24. But look on line 26. Every additional location, and we know the broker has no limit. They can have as many offices as they wish. Every office has to be registered with the beeper and be issued a license. We know this. And we already learned the requirements of each location. But it would be registered as a what type of office? Every new location would be a branch office. And you have to pay the appropriate registration fees, which is only about $100 per license.
So whenever, let's say, Lennar has a new neighborhood, like, do they have to register that? Like, because you know how you go in and they have a little house?
Yeah, it's one of their model houses.
And that's going to be like, they have to register that as an office?
Yes. Hold that thought, because I want to show you something that it correlates with that. And it's going to help you understand a little bit better. Check this out on line 36. Let me read out this title to you. Brokerage office registrations, licenses are non-transferable. So that means you can't close down one office, use the same license or registration to open up another. Every location is unique, must be issued its own separate license. Do you understand this? There's only one exception to the rule. And I feel silly even mentioning it because it's so rare that this will occur, but it's the last sentence of this paragraph, line 41. Here's the exception to the rule. A broker may reopen a branch office in the same location that was previously registered, request to be reissued the same license. When is that going to happen? You move out of a shopping center to go to the one across the street. It doesn't work out there. You try to go back to the previous or same location. Probably not going to happen. But if it does, you can just request to be reissued the same license. Same location, yeah. If you go to page 91, I want to briefly describe what we see on line 1. It's temporary what? Let me give you an example so you can better understand. And this will answer the question that you have. Have you ever seen a trailer sitting on a construction site of a new subdivision?
Yeah.
That trailer is an example of a temporary what? They exist just for a place to meet with prospective clients outside of the elements, to hand them sales information, but you can't conduct real estate business within. It can never be registered as a brokerage office for you to do so because of what's in the name. What's the first thing we see in the name? It says temporary. Sooner or later, it's not going to what? Exist. It's mobile. And we know a feature of the brokerage office, if we go back, it must be what type of construction? Stationary, not mobile. Has to be fixed. And that's why what Bruno was asking, if you ever get into a new subdivision and you see it's empty with all of those lots, but then in the front they have a few model homes, they usually turn one of those model homes into a what? An office.
Yes.
Because of the feature we just talked about. It has to be stationary. It's a fixed location, has its own address. That could be registered with the beeper. A trailer sitting on a construction site cannot. And then once they sell out the community, they convert it back into a house and they sell it as an inventory home. And actually, that's probably the one you want to buy because they make that one look the nicest out of all of the houses within the subdivision. It has all the upgrades and features and so forth, unless they try to strip it down before they sell it. But you had a question, Tierney.
What happens if the brokerage
They dissolve that license.
Oh,
They turn it back over to the state. They say, we don't need it anymore. Because they're done with the project. They sold out that community. They're going to move on to the next project. Come again? Who's?
license.
Brokerage company, or it could be the owner developer. Yeah, because owner developers, they have to register offices as well. Yeah. Here's the thing. Don't dwell too much on this preliminary information. This is just general stuff about offices. It's not as important as what we're really going to get into in this unit. I'll make sure that you're aware of it. Should be easy stuff for you, including what we have in front of us on the next page. You see on line 7, it says office what? The brokerage office must display a sign. They say near or about the entrance, or essentially easily observable as you enter the office. And the sign could be located on the interior or the exterior of the entrance. You have to see it as you enter. Must contain some information. What information must it contain? Trade name. If you have one. Maybe you don't have a business name that you're operating under. Maybe you're just operating under your personal name as a broker. It wouldn't be wise. You should have an LLC or a DBA, a trademarked name, or whatever the case may be. But broker's name has to be there, and the words licensed real estate broker. Anything else is additional and unnecessary. So how might you be tested on your exam? Look at this plaque and tell me, this is how the question is going to be worded. What information on this sign does not need to be included? It's not required.
Secondly.
Exactly. Because the sign must contain this information. Trade name, broker's name, words licensed real estate broker. Anything else is unnecessary. It's how you might be tested, just in case. Let's scoot along to page 92, line 7. 92, line 7. What do we see? We see advertising, which is such an important subject for us to be aware of, be consumed by in this business. I hate to break it to you, but once you get into real estate, because you're an independent contractor, you're running it like your own business, you're 1099, you're out there driving, trying to get leads, knocking on doors. So what does that mean? That means you are the brand. This is the first handshake with somebody. And it might not be physical. You might meet people. Where do we find information nowadays? It's okay, Instagram. Online. And you have to be aware of this if you want to be successful. Make an impact. Spread your name. Be known as an expert in your profession. And every one of those social media accounts, you can make a free handle. There are requirements that come along with advertising yourself as a real estate professional. There's guidelines, rules when you advertise yourself. We're going to talk about it. The most important rule is this. Any advertisement, whether it's a social media profile, a website, a business card, I've done every form of marketing under the sun. I'm telling you right now. I know what works. I know what doesn't work. I've trialed and errored everything. And even Ryan will tell you stuff that it will blow your mind. The type of stuff he's doing with technology. So he's kind of a nerd when it comes to that. He likes to geek out on that stuff. Oh yeah, I did speak with him, by the way, and he said he's willing to come next week. And he'll do like just one-time session. You guys can ask as many questions as you want. So have some questions ready. Start thinking about it now. Anyhow, I've done radio. I've done TV. I've done billboards. I've done everything under the sun. With those advertisements, if you're advertising yourself as an associate working for a broker, here's the most important feature. It says all advertisements must be in the name of the what? Yes, lines 9 and 10. Must be in the name of the brokerage company for which you are active with. You understand that? So you can't just advertise your name and your name alone with your contact information. If you leave out the name of the brokerage company, you're in violation, because you're giving the appearance to the public that you are the brokerage company. You have to include the name of the brokerage. Do you hear what I'm saying? This is the requirement. This is the most important takeaway from this whole section, because you're going to see a lot about advertising here over the next few pages. To add to that, 1 second, Connect. Any successful real estate agent will tell you, you need to take at least 10% of your earnings, roll it back into advertising. Is it worth it to buy leads? Yeah, depending on where you buy the leads from. I bought leads from Realtor.com. I bought leads from Zillow. I might get Ryan to tell you about him buying leads from Google. He does that as well for real estate. I didn't think there was any value to it, but he crushes it. So there's something that exists there. Social media as well. Paid promotions and ads and posts. Yeah. Yes. All forms of advertising, business cards. Now, the way you display it could be up to the brokerage. Maybe they just say the logo. And the logo has a name in it, maybe. That's going to be in the policy manual. My policy that I have with my associates is any ad, I welcome advertising, and be creative as possible. You want to stand out from the pack. You want to do something unique. So try to keep that in mind. Don't just do these plain ads that everybody does. Everybody's trying to fight for eyes and attention. So how are you going to get that attention? You got to do something different, something that's going to turn people's heads. So I'll ask my associates, bring the advertisement to me first so I can approve it. Because I don't want these wonky ads that I don't want to say, I'm trying to be nice about it, make the brokerage company look bad. Bad font, pixelated, not high resolution, not high quality. Same thing for your profile picture. You think you're not going to be prejudged? It's true. It's sad to say, but this is the reality of things. There was a study that was done by a major university, one of those Ivy League schools, for their real estate degree. Maybe they had to do the study. That's how they justify charging you, however much they charge you for a 4-year degree in real estate. Anyhow, the study was why sellers chose one agent versus another that they found online. So it's like a questionnaire. And you're thinking, okay, it's got to be the ratings, it's got to be this and that, like their track record, how many transactions they've completed, if they can find that information. It was their profile picture. Number one answer, profile picture is why they, come on. It's degrading, and it's prejudgment, but it's the way it is. So what is your first handshake going to look like with somebody online? People are going to look at the background. They're going to look at what you're wearing, what your facial expression. Oh, they look like I can trust them, right? Have you ever heard people say that? Like, oh, they look trustworthy. You see it in the eyes, right? You see it in their smile. You see it in the way that they present, they hold, their posture.
The way they present.
When me and my family, when we went to Hawaii, I like to explore the real estate market wherever we go. And I got the travel bug. So when I was in Hawaii, I was asking real estate agents, I was like, okay, so like, what's the real estate market like here and so forth? And I noticed a trend for all of the real estate agents that promote themselves in Hawaii, signs, business cards, whatever the case may be. What do you think their profile picture looks like? What do you think they're wearing?
Flower.
Well, I mean, maybe a little bit. They're wearing flower necklaces. Those are called leis. They wear Hawaiian shirts. They're wearing very elaborate and bright and vibrant colors. What does their background look like? They got the beach. They got the palm trees. They got the islands in the background. You're painting a picture. I mean, pun intended, right? You're painting a picture of what you're offering and why you are a correct fit for what they're trying to find. And if you have this beautiful paradise in the background and somebody wants to buy property in Hawaii, that's what they're thinking about. I'm buying a piece of paradise. So I'm going to go with this agent because it looks like they know where to find it. Just think about that. You're probably not going to do that from Florida, but think about a lot of people are moving from up north down to Florida. They're escaping the cold. Well, they're thinking about palm trees. They're thinking about sunshine. It's a sunshine state, right? Maybe you got the beach in the background with palm trees and the sun, and you're wearing a professional attire and high quality. This is not in the textbook. I'm just trying to give you personal advice. Let's continue on. The same concepts apply to team or group advertising. Have you ever heard of teams within a brokerage company? So within the brokerage company, one of the associates decides they want to form a team. So it's a sales associate usually creates their own team. They're the team leader, and they take a little piece of the commission for all of the members exist within the team. So why would you join the team and take another piece of your commission away? Maybe because they have leads that they provide that are vetted. They have systems that work, something that the brokerage company doesn't offer, but they offer it within their team. And maybe they're so overwhelmed with leads that they're willing to give you leads that they know can close. They just need top closers. It really depends on the brokerage company and the team. Do research and find that out. But same thing, when advertising yourself as a part of a team, what's the most important feature? Include the name of the brokerage company. I think you'll see this on the next page if I'm not mistaken. Right here, look, on line 3. The group or team must advertise in the name of the what? Brokerage. And here's the thing, 1 second, and something you're going to be tested on here. Look at this figure, 5.3. Words that may not be used when you're creating a team name or group name. Essentially, you can use team or group. The Cameron team at Cameron Realty. You can't use agency, associates, brokers, because once again, you're giving the appearance to the public that you are the brokerage company, which you cannot do. And something that's a little bit petty, the team name cannot be larger than the brokerage company name in your advertisements. Really? So you still have to include the name of the brokerage, and the brokerage company name has to appear more prominent. Question?
Like I have seen a lot of videos of brokers like posting videos about properties like selling this house, this blah 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 blah. Yeah, I don't see like the name of the broker. I just see like their name, their contact phone number.
Is it the broker?
Yeah, it's like a video.
Or is it an associate?
It's like an associate, yeah.
If it's an associate, they have to include the name of the brokerage company somewhere.
But they are not really like.
If they don't, then yeah, it's a violation.
Okay. So if they're making like reels or videos on Instagram, but they're not in the video, but they have it in the bio.
Yeah, put in the bio at least.
Oh.
Yeah, put in the bio at least. The name of your handle could be Tyranny so-and-so with Market Connect. Tyranny so-and-so at Keller Williams. That's your profile name. It's in your bio. And if they click on your profile, they'll see it there. It has to appear somewhere. But lean on the brokerage company for additional guidance. Has to appear somewhere. The key concepts in the shaded box. But check this out. If the licensee advertises in their personal name, they must at least include their last name as registered with the beeper, what appears on their license, right? If you use a nickname, that's a question I get from time to time. It's addressed here. Are you allowed to use a nickname? Yeah, but you have to include your last name at least. So nickname and last name. For instance, I had a friend growing up, and you can imagine you have friends growing up, or maybe you were called a nickname that is probably not so professional. For instance, one of my friends, all of his family called him Booby. This is his nickname. All of his family called him Booby. And I said, are you okay with that? He said, I don't care. And I said, where's that name come from? I'm not going to get into the explanation, but his nickname, everybody knew him by Booby. Is he going to put that on a business card is what I'm saying as a real estate professional? Are you going to buy anything from Booby? Probably not. Just saying. The brokerage company's address and telephone number are not required. I already mentioned this to you. The team name cannot be larger than the brokerage company name. Any questions on that? What if you forget to include the name of the brokerage company in your ad? It's a violation, as I mentioned to you. You'll see it here. It says advertisements, look on line 15, must clearly reveal the license name of the brokerage firm, right? We know this. We already saw this. Yeah. If you fail to do so, it's called blind what? That means we don't know the company behind the ad. They're hidden. It's blind for that reason. That's a violation. And we'll talk about violations in Unit 6. It's actually a type of false advertising. Blind advertisement is a form of false advertising. And when it comes to false advertising, just don't do it. Why? We'll go to the next page. Check this out. It's on line 12 and 13. False advertising is a misdemeanor of the what degree? It's a second-degree misdemeanor. So don't do it. And we'll talk about what penalty follows that violation in Unit 6. Let's continue on. Go to page 95. This has to do with all platforms. I already mentioned that to you, including internet sites, websites, social media handles. On line 7, I'm not going to take long here. Don't call yourself a realtor unless you have a realtor membership. Any further explanation needed on that? Because that could be not only false advertising. Maybe you do have a realtor, you did have a realtor membership, but you didn't renew on time. What happens with all your ads? They have to be taken down until you renew. Of course, because you're not a realtor, but it's on your ads. So not only could it be false advertising until you renew your membership, make your membership current, could also be trademark what? Infringement. Because realtor is a trademarked, registered trademark. To call yourself a realtor, you have to have the membership.
Trademark?
Infringement. That's not something you're going to be tested on. Just
Good.
So Fred tracks this or?
probably not in real life. Probably not.
Brokerage can't.
But you have a lot of competition that's watching you.
Well, you're already out though. So what's the competition on your TV line?
Well, just because you're not a realtor doesn't mean you don't have a license or don't want to keep your license. But there might be parties working against you that don't want you to have a license and say, oh, well, that's not right. They shouldn't be doing that. I'm going to just go ahead and submit a complaint. We'll talk about it. That's next unit. Complaints, violations, and penalties, all in Unit 6. All right. I'm going to mention something briefly to you. I think you should highlight this paragraph for personal reasons. On line 13, a licensee selling property that they own. Are you allowed to be the listing agent for your own property?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you can. For sale by owner, yes, you can still put that sign in the front yard and you're not lying, right? You're the owner, but you're also a realtor. You're a licensed real estate professional. What do you think the requirement is? If you're selling property that you own as a licensed real estate agent, if you get an inquiry, what do you think you have to tell the prospective buyer?
Disclose that you're the owner.
Well, you'll see right here, at first point of serious negotiations, because a licensee possesses superior knowledge and expertise, you have to disclose, hey, by the way, I'm a real estate professional. Why is the requirement that you have to disclose? I just read it out. Because you have superior knowledge, expertise. And by disclosing, you give them an opportunity to prepare themselves for the transaction because, of course, you're going to have a single agent relationship with yourself, right? You're going to have a fiduciary relationship with yourself. I'm assuming that you're going to try to look out for your best interests. Don't try to have a relationship with the buyer, by the way. If you're listing your own property, don't do that. That'll get you in trouble. How could you ethically have a relationship with the other party if you're listing your own? You're going to look out for your own best interests, right? Yeah. Loyalty to yourself, correct? Anyhow, not that I want to get too deep into that, but I just want to give you a heads up. Something to think about.
Can you have no brokerage relationship with this?
I still don't want to get into that. I would suggest they get their own representation just to avoid any conflict. Same thing when you're buying property as a real estate agent. I do this all the time. I leverage this tool called the MLS to find deals. So I have criteria that I look for in property throughout the state of Florida. Has to meet this criteria. Once that criteria, it pings, it sends me an email with the listing information so I can submit an offer on that property for investment purposes. Maybe I'll do something where in the remarks, the public remarks, the description of the property, it says handyman special, or it says investment opportunity or investor special. Then it will send automatically an email to me of all of those deals. I use it all the time. And yes, because, well, when you list it, it's indicated on the listing. When you put in the MLS, there's a button, listing agent is owner. Click that. So that way, any other real estate agent that's looking at it for their buyer, they can see, oh, they're also the owner of this property. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And then you're probably thinking about the commissions. Well, if you're not charging yourself commission, then there's no commission to split with a brokerage company, right? Just something to consider. But once again, get some guidance from your brokerage. Ask them how they want to treat that. Maybe they charge you a transaction fee at minimum. It's up to them. But as on the buyer side, I use it in leverage for negotiation to get a better deal. I tell them, hey, by the way, what commission are you willing to give to a buyer's agent? Maybe they say, oh, we're willing to give a 3% concession as a seller. We'll pay 3% to an agent that brings a buyer to the table that offers on this property. And I'll respond by saying, oh, okay, well, I'm the real estate agent, so take a note of that. You're going to pay me 3%. So if I buy that property, I'll get a 3% commission. I might use that to get a better deal. I say, hey, listen, this property you're offering for $200,000, go ahead and take $6,000 off the asking price right off the bat. Is that right? Yeah, I think it's right. 3% on 200,000, that's $6,000, if I'm not mistaken. So I take $6,000 off the asking price because you're going to pay 3% anyway to an agent that brings a buyer. Well, I'm the agent and I'm bringing myself. So rather than just give me commission, take it off the asking price or pay for my closing costs. So I don't have to pay any closing costs. Everything is negotiable in real estate, right? Not in the book. Just giving you a heads up on this. All right, we're past. We got to take a break. Just when it started getting interesting. We're going to take a break here and continue with telephone solicitation. I want you to be back at 15 minutes. 6:25. 6:25. Stretch out, grab a snack, do what you got to do.
you.
There is napkins, but let me check the room real quick. Not here. You spill something? Did that help you out? Yeah, no problem.
Before we jump back into it, I just had a really quick question.
Sure.
For the package online, the fingerprint and background package that's advertised on the Cameron Academy website, is
Yes.
that what I can I use that to set all of those things up so that I'm already ready to go when it comes time to take the state exam? I can go through that portal on you guys' website to set everything up.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
So-
I just want to make sure.
It's on our website. We have it in the shop as well, but it should be on your dashboard on the materials tab. You can see where you can pay for fingerprints, the background check. You pay for that, it's $105. And then you get a special link that allows you to schedule at a fingerprinting facility that's closest to you. They have one all over the state, even in other states as well. So go to the one that's closest to you, submit your fingerprints, and then wait at least 1 day before you submit the application. That's done on myfloridalicense.com. That's also on the handout that we provided to you guys, the 5-step guide. And once those are married together, happens automatically. Hopefully you get that approval with the 9-digit code that allows you to schedule the state exam through Pearson VUE. So this is how it works. Digitally sent resuits. I don't know what that is. Okay, let's continue. Did I answer your question, Felisa?
Yes, you did, and I'll be doing it going on tomorrow.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, do it as soon as possible. Our next subject is telephone solicitation, randomly bothering strangers for the purpose of selling goods and services. Telemarketing, telesales. There's always at least one person in here who sold over the phone before. Anybody? Okay, a couple of us. What'd you sell? Sold cars. Okay, cool.
How promoting the property to someone.
Promoting a property. Okay. Trying to sell somebody a property? Okay.
I want someone to call the agents about it. Want to call the agents there, I'm the one to answer the phone. So,
Okay. Taking messages?
Yeah.
All right. Be careful with that. You can take messages. Don't get into any of the, what's this, what's that, what's the specifications and all of these things. Let the real estate agent handle that until you get licensed. Just to give you a heads up. You might not know the rules. That's the thing. But now that we're aware of it, we have to comply. Be careful. But there's a lot of people that are making that mistake. And the real estate agent, it's up to them to say, hey, listen, you can and cannot say certain things when you're talking to prospective clients. You can take messages and you can convey that message to me, but you can't tell them bedroom, bathroom, square footage, all these things, get into all the conditions of the sale. Will they accept this offer, that offer? Don't get into it. But telephone solicitation, there are rules that you need to know about, comply with, and there are laws. It's a federal law. It's called the TCPA. You probably haven't heard about this, Telephone Consumer Protection Act. This governs these solicitors that try to sell people things, provide services over the phone. We're going to learn about it, including not calling individuals that are on this national list. You know what the national list is called? It's called the DNC list. Not Democratic National Convention, but do not call list. Have you heard of that? Do not call registry. It's a federal national list that you can put your number on that prevents people from trying to solicit you, sell you over the phone. It's free. Doesn't cost any money. Just Google it. You set up an account. You can add 2 numbers on one account. I'm telling you. Is anybody's number on the do not call list? My number besides mine? Okay. And then here's the thing. We made a separate list in the state of Florida to provide another layer of protection, because the chances of somebody suing a telemarketer over a phone call or a text message, by the way, it also governs text messages. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Unsolicited text messages trying to sell you a good or service. You get it. They'll text you, call you. They receive an exception to the rule without being in violation of the do not call list, or the list that exists in the state of Florida that makes it easier to enforce. Because we know if you want to enforce the federal law, you have to take somebody to federal court. It's very time consuming. It's super expensive. You have to find a lawyer that's going to take on a federal case for a text message. Good luck. But if you put your number on the Florida list, you can enforce at a state level, which is a lot quicker, and hold them accountable. They shouldn't have called you, but they called you, text you when they shouldn't have. Okay, here's the thing. I'll get to that in just a moment. But they can only call you during a certain time period. If you're not on the list, what's that time period?
8 p.m. and 9 p.m.
Basically the whole day. What does it say? It says 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Basically the whole flipping day, just as long as you're not on the do not call list.
Sometimes they call you at
And you'll see that here on line 34, and violators of this federal law could get fined per illegal call. Last time I checked, it was about $16,000 per illegal call. But it's very difficult for them to enforce this rule because of these companies. They use blockers, they use deflectors, ways to mask the company and their caller ID so you can't figure out who they are.
But their company has to be here in court.
No.
If they're calling you from India.
Doesn't matter. They have to be aware of time zones, but it's very difficult to enforce against companies based out of India. And you already know how that goes. You hear, audio of people pranking each other over that stuff and scammers online and so forth. Anyhow. This is maintained on this governmental website, and you have to register as a company if you're going to call people over the phone, if that's the nature of your business. And then they send you an updated list every single month. All the new numbers that are added that you're not supposed to call, and you're supposed to scrub your list, remove all the do not call numbers from your list. Because companies, they rely on like a call sheet, and they have their employees, their salespeople basically going through a whole bunch of numbers. This also has to do with pre-recorded calls and all of that stuff. I don't know if you're familiar with that, those voicemail calls and so forth. Anyhow. If you go to page 96, we're essentially talking about cold calling people. You know what that means? Cold calling is calling somebody that you don't have an existing relationship with out of the blue to try to sell them a good or service. It's a cold call. It's not a warm call. It's not a warm lead. And here's details of the state list. It's maintained by the Department of Agriculture. Isn't that interesting? And this doesn't cost any money either to put your numbers on this list. It used to cost money, and you had to pay a membership every year, annual membership, but it was only about $5 every single year. Now it's free. So if you don't want these unsolicited phone calls, put your number on the list. It's called the Florida No Sales Solicitation Registry. And if they violate, they can get fined per legal call. I think last time I checked it was about $11,000 per legal call. If you can catch them, good luck. The major difference, look on line 13, between the state and federal law is that Florida law exempts real estate licensees who solicit listings in response to for sale by owner signs. So in Florida, if that person that has a for sale by owner sign in their front yard with their phone number on it, if they're not on the national list, you can call them and solicit them for business. Hey, I see you're listing it on your own. Why wouldn't you want to get additional exposure? I can put it on Zillow, Trulia, blah, blah, blah. You're trying to get that lead. You're trying to get that listing for yourself and your company. But if they're on the national do not call list, you're blocked from having such a conversation, and you'll see evidence of that here. It says, for federal law, you can call for sale by owners, but only if you have an actual buyer, what? Interested in the property. You're not calling them to try to get the listing because they're trying to do it themselves and you're trying to help them out. So you're calling them to maybe schedule a tour or discuss commissions because you have a buyer that's interested that wants to move forward on this property. Are you willing to pay a commission if I bring a buyer to the table? That's the type of conversations you would have. And then the class exam question here. If you can prove you have an existing relationship with somebody in the past how many months? Yeah, an established business relationship is how they describe it. Within the past 18 months, you can call them even if they're on these lists and you're not in violation. You're not in violation because you can prove you have history with that individual. Do you remember the open house and the purpose of an open house? You have a sign-in sheet. It's to get buyer leads. You want to call those people that check off that they're not represented. They were there at your open house, but they're not represented and they're looking. You want to help them out, right? You can call, solicit them for business for up to how many months? After the business inquiry, like the sign-in sheet.
Even if the person was called and decided.
If they put their information, that's a business inquiry, right? Put their name on the sign-in sheet, you have the right to for up to 3 months. And that can be converted into an actual contract, a buyer representation agreement, which could be for longer, obviously. Yes. Yeah, if you have an established business relationship with somebody in the past, how many months? You sold vacuums door to door, but then you just got your real estate license. You sold somebody a vacuum 6 months ago. Is that within 18 months? So you can call them and say, hey, listen, I'm not selling vacuums anymore. By the way, how is that vacuum working for you? Oh, it broke? Okay, I'm sorry about that. But I just got my real estate license. And if you need any real estate services, buying, selling, renting, investment property, I can help you out. And that's okay. You're not going to be in violation of the do not call list, even if their number's on the list. And just as a summary of what we described, the difference between the national and the state list laws regarding telemarketing, here it is. But here's the major difference. We already talked about it, right? Let's continue on. Once again, this is all preliminary stuff. We still haven't gotten to the meat and potatoes of this unit. Did they really need to say electronic mail? We can call it email. But there is a federal law regarding emailing people. Blast. Have you heard of like email blasts? Spam blasts? There's a federal law called the Can-Spam Act. Have you heard of this before? Most people don't know that this exists. It's easy to remember because, well, I don't know if you had humble beginnings like me, but we didn't grow up with much. Probably like around high school, we started doing okay as a family. And as far as income is concerned, but like throughout elementary, middle school, and so forth, we weren't doing so hot. So we very much know what spam is. It used to be the cheapest thing in the grocery store, but it could provide a meal for your family that night. It's not something you want to know that it's made up of, okay? It's basically the mashed up, ground up, leftover body parts of animals. Seasoned. Yeah, it's the leftovers. So it's intestines, it's all the things that are not the prime cuts of the meats. And they mash it into a can and you fry it up and they season it nice at least and It could be a meal. I don't want to gross you out, but it's like American haggis. Now it's not so cheap. Now it's more for whatever reason. And if you go to Hawaii, not that I'm trying to bring up Hawaii multiple times, but what I found was interesting there is they have whole restaurant concepts dedicated towards spam. It's a big thing out there. It's like a hot dog. No. So every once in a while, when you're biting through it, you might get like it's a piece of cartilage or a piece of bone. Yeah, hot dogs. I like, yeah, well, yeah. I know. I have a little bit of affinity for but remember, I grew up on spam, so it's like not that far off, you know? So talk about like hot dogs, sliced hot dogs and rice and stuff like that. That was a meal. Anyhow, ran out of buns, put 2 pieces of white bread. Anyhow, canned spam act. You can't just spam blast people is what this is all about. And when you're composing an email, it has to have these requirements. No false misleading information, the subject line, physical postal address, and every message. You have to give them an opt-out, like an unsubscribe button. You've heard of that before, right? And you have to take them off the list remove them from the list within how many days? Yeah. I like now on the iPhone, but I feel like it's not working as well as it used to with the new update. It used to have like the unsubscribe button, and then you don't have to go through all of those flipping steps to get off a list. And it's like when you get a new email and then you start getting spam blasts, you're like, I didn't give my email to anybody. How am I getting promotions all of a sudden? They sell your data. It's a free account. So they got to make some kind of money off of you anyhow. Go to page 98. Actually, page 99. This is what I really wanted to get to on page 99. Escrow or trust accounts. Now I get to talk about the money that a buyer gives you, the real estate agent, to hold in trust. What money am I referring to? The deposit. We're talking about the deposit. So how does it work? Well, you'll see it right here. If you're not familiar with the process, typically when a buyer makes an offer on real property, the buyer includes with the offer, usually when it's accepted, a what? To show good what? That they're what? Serious about buying that property. It makes sense, right? It's a placeholder. It's a reservation of that property. It gives them time to do their inspections, the appraisal, arrange financing terms. And on the closing date, they get credit for that deposit towards the purchase price. If they're unable to move forward, then they might lose that deposit. We'll talk about this later on. If we continue a little bit further down, a deposit, just in case you're not familiar, let me read this out to you. It says deposit is a sum of money. You probably know this. Or its equivalent, delivered to a real estate licensee as earnest money or payment or partial payment in connection with a real estate what? Transaction. And it goes by a few other names just so you're not confused with this. You'll see it on line 6. Good faith deposit, escrow deposit, binder deposit, just the deposit, trust money, trust funds. It's all the same. It's the money that a buyer gives you to hold in trust. That's why they might call it trust money or trust funds. And this money, when it's given to you, a real estate agent, a sales associate, which you are soon to be, how much you account for these funds? Do you remember that's one of our duties, account for all funds? How do you account for it? How do you handle this money? Well, you must immediately turn it over to your what? Broker. This is the rule that you're going to be tested on. But what is immediately defined as for the associate to turn it over to the broker? This is what we're going to discuss. We'll see it in just a moment. We'll talk about it. Question?
The house of the market.
Yes, it's pending. Yes, that's usually the status. Sometimes not. Sometimes there's a contingency. Hey, listen, unless we close on this, we're still going to have it active and accept backup offers. It's possible. Everything's negotiable. Now let's talk about acceptable depositories. This account that you set up, this escrow account, I just kind of breezed over this. Look on line 7. What is an escrow account? It's a third-party business account. If you're ever presented with this information, what is an escrow account? It's a third-party business account used specifically to hold on to other people's money, third-party funds. You'll see that here. An account for deposit money says disinterested third party. The term trust funds, because you're holding it in trust. Could also be called a trust account. The buyer. What was that? Who sets up the escrow account? Oh, for others. Got you. We're talking about the buyer. So the broker is the one that sets up the escrow account. And it's used specifically to hold on to the buyer's deposit. The question I get is this: Michael, do I have to set up an escrow account for every single transaction? No. One escrow account to hold on to as many deposits as you want. But what you'll find out is as to whether or not the broker is required to have an escrow account and hold on to the buyer's money. You're going to be interested to find out the result of that. I'm going to share that with you in a moment, and I'll give you my personal opinion about it and what happens in real life, what traditionally takes place. What you're going to be tested on, what we're discussing right now, and what happens in real life, they're a little bit segregated. So I'll show you both. I'll explain to you what you're going to be tested on and what happens in real life. For now, what are we going to assume? What I want you to assume for exam purposes is that you're going to receive a deposit from a buyer, maybe as a check. You have to turn it over to your broker by a certain time period. We'll talk about it. And the broker is going to hold on to this money in an escrow account. This is most likely what you're going to be tested on, even though that's not what happens in real life. So I'll come back to it. Here we go. What are the acceptable depositories? Where can the broker set up this escrow account to hold on to this money? Florida Commercial Bank, Credit Union, or what? Savings Association. Florida law does not require brokers open a what? Escrow account. Why? So I told you in real life, it's different. In real life, most brokers, like myself, do not set up an escrow account. Do not want to hold on to the buyer's money throughout the duration of the transaction. Why? If Florida law says I don't have to, why would I take on the liability? Money equals liability, right? Why would I hold on to their money if I don't have to? Because transactions fail all the time, right? And buyer and seller might want to fight for that money. Do I want to be caught in the middle of this? In this conflict, this litigation and all this stuff, and have this money in the escrow account? Why would I put myself through that if I don't have to? So the alternative is this. A broker that does not want the responsibility or the liability of holding on to the buyer's money uses the services of a Florida-based what? Or even a Florida-based what? Florida attorney. Let them set up the escrow account and hold on to the buyer's money. So that way, as a broker, you don't have to deal with it. This is what happens in real life. It's a symbiotic relationship. In some states, like let's say New York, they only use lawyers. They only use lawyers. In Florida, we have two options. You could use a lawyer or a title company to coordinate the closing of a real estate transaction and to hold on to the buyer's deposit money. Okay? That's what happens in real life. What you're tested on is we're going to assume the broker is holding on to the money. We're going to learn all the rules pertaining to that. Question? No. So they're a licensed title company. They exist specifically for the purpose of coordinating the closing of a real estate transaction. arranging the documents, the paperwork that's used to solidify the deal. Now, on line 24, we're going to learn now, as an associate, when you get this money, this deposit from the buyer you're working with a buyer, you submitted an offer, the offer was accepted, and in the contract it says the buyer needs to give a deposit within 3 days of the offer being accepted. So they give the deposit to you. What do you do with it? Turn it over to your what? Your broker immediately. But what is immediately defined as for the associate? It says no later. You see where it says? Must deliver to the broker employer no later than by the end of the what? Next business day. That's the rule for the associate. Do weekends or holidays count as business days? No. Exactly. So let me give you an example, and you tell me what you think about it. An associate collects a deposit from a buyer on Friday. Monday is Martin Luther King Day. When does the associate have to turn it over to their broker?
Tuesday.
By the end of business. If the office closes at 5 p.m., you better get it into the office before 5 p.m. This is the rule during business hours. What if the broker is not in the office? Do you have to turn it over to only the broker? No, you can even turn it over to an office what? Receptionist, line 29. Do you see that? Unlicensed personal assistant, secretary, representative of the company. Okay. Now, that's the rule for the associate. Turn it over to the broker. But what about the broker now? They have to put the money in the what type of account? By the end of the third business day, following receipt of the item to be deposited. Let me explain that. So this is what immediately is defined as for the broker to put the money in the escrow account. No later than by the end of the third business day after the associate got the money from the buyer. So what does this mean? I need your attention for this. I'll make it simple because this is how you're going to be tested. That 3 days they're talking about starts on the day after the associate got it from the buyer. What that means is the day the associate got the money from the buyer, that day does not count for the broker. 3 days start on the following. Let me give you an example. An associate collects a deposit from a buyer on Thursday morning. The associate turns it over to the broker the same afternoon. Actually, let's make it Tuesday. Associate collects it on Tuesday morning, turns it over to the broker the same afternoon. Thursday is a holiday. When does the broker have to put in the escrow account? So the day it was collected was, what was the example? Tuesday. Does that day count for the broker? 3 days start on the next. What's next? Wednesday. I said Thursday is a holiday, so skip it. Friday. Skip the weekend. Monday. Third business day. Monday. Yes, would be the answer, the correct answer. That's the worst the question can get. But just wanted you to be prepared for that. Let's move on.
And if he would have received it not on that same Tuesday, if he would have received it on Wednesday, and would the broker still have the next day? Or would it be
Who received it on Wednesday?
The broker received it on Wednesday from the associate.
The clock starts ticking the day it was collected from the buyer. The sales associate has a timeline. The broker has a timeline from that. 3 days after the day after the associate collected from the buyer. That's for the broker. You'll have a practice question for your homework tonight. We're going to review again tomorrow on that specifically. I want you to get the hang of it, but I want you to challenge yourself tonight for your homework. Go to the bottom of page 100, and you'll see on line 16. Look at the title. Personal checks. Post-dated checks. Insufficient funds. What is this personal check all about? If the buyer tries to give you a check, but it's made out to you personally, the name of the associate, $10,000 deposit for whatever property, versus the name of the escrow account, which those funds should have been written out to. That's a big mistake, right? What are you supposed to do? Shopping spree, vacation, getaway? Well, here's the thing. The best course of action is to get them to rewrite a whole new what? Payable to the broker's escrow account. Do you see that? But what if it's not practical? What if they gave you the check, they wrote it out to you by accident, and they left town? And they're not coming back for several days. Is there an alternative to getting a whole new check because you can't track them down? It says you can immediately, the associate can immediately endorse the check. What does it mean to endorse the check? Sign the back. Include the words "for deposit only" to the name of the correct escrow account. Has anybody worked in banking before? I don't know of any bank that will accept this alternative. I don't know of any bank that will accept that alternative. Unless the broker allows their associates to be on the account with them. A signatory on the account, giving them access to that money. Do you think any broker is going to give their associates access to the money? Probably not, right? So most likely the only course of action is for them to write a whole new check. But let's just talk about real life, because this is the rule based on what you might be tested on. In real life, are you going to see that money? I keep on talking about the deposit being given to you, the associate. Does that happen in real life? No, it doesn't. It does not. Most likely, you utilize the services of a title company. And what's the title company's procedures on receiving the deposit from the buyer? They provide instructions to the buyer. The buyer goes to their bank or online banking. And how is the money transferred to the title? They wire it, so you don't see the money. If it's wired, you don't see it. And that's the way we do business efficiently. And that eliminates all of the rules that you have to comply with here. This is what happens in real life. But that's not what you're tested on. You're tested on old school. Yeah, it's old school stuff. It's like when you receive a check. I mean, who's paying with checks? The only money you want to see and be responsible for is your what? Commish, right? On the closing date. And a lot of people have questions about this. Okay, like you ask, when do you receive your commission? 2 weeks, 15, whatever the case may be. It could be in the employment contract as to how long, but you get your commission on the day of the closing. Yeah, you get paid on the day of the closing. When everybody gets paid, when the seller gets paid for the property, you get paid too. We'll talk about that. The procedure. Go to page 101. What is a post-dated check?
Dated for future.
Exactly. A date that's made out with a future date on it. In Florida, banks do not care if you put a future date. You can deposit it the same day. You could put 3 months ahead. Got to wait 3 months to put it in. You could put whatever date. The bank does not care. You could take it to the bank immediately and deposit it. But the question I have for you is that acceptable in our business to receive a post-dated check from a buyer as a deposit? First of all, it's a huge red flag, right? Mm-hmm. They have to come up with a $2,000 deposit. And they're like, hey, by the way, can you just wait to the end of the week before you deposit this $2,000 check? Well, you're buying a $300,000 house.
Wait till you gotta pay a mortgage.
You don't have a $2,000 deposit? Are you ready to buy this property? Are you the right buyer for this property? Maybe they can justify it. Maybe they say, hey, listen, I wasn't expecting to buy this property. Everything was in the last minute. I have money in another country. I have to wire it over. It takes time. Maybe they got a really good excuse. But the question is that acceptable in our business, a post-dated check? Answer is yes. Who must give approval? You would think, but it's right here. Seller approval must be obtained because it's for their property, right? Seller's approval must be obtained before accepting a post-dated check. Once you accept it, you have to hold it in the office in a safe place, like a drawer with a lock on it. Until the date on the check becomes what? And then immediately deposit into the broker's escrow account. What's immediately for the broker to put it in the escrow account?
3 days.
When does the 3 days start? At the day after the date on the check becomes what? So if it becomes current on a Friday, the broker has by Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to put it in the escrow account. Okay? Let's continue on. Signatory. This means adding people to the account, giving them access. Not a good idea for a broker unless you want to take on liability. You don't want a lot of people's hands in the pot.
How about
Insufficient funds is this. You comply with the rules, you're not responsible for insufficient funds. But if you don't follow these timelines, like the immediately, what we defined it as, and then the check doesn't clear, guess who's responsible for it? You, because you didn't conform to the time periods that you should have conformed to. It's that straightforward. But let's focus on the type of escrow account that the broker sets up. If you look on line 18, it says a broker's escrow account may be interest bearing or what? Non-interest bearing. Interest bearing or non-interest bearing. Give me a second. The rest are there. For Unit 5, yeah. You should be able to verify it. I think that's the rest of Unit 5. Anyhow, back in Unit 5. If you put the money as a broker, you set up a non-interest bearing escrow account. It means the money is just going to what? Sit there. It's not going to gain any interest. If you put it in an interest bearing escrow account, it means the money sitting in there could possibly gain interest. But do you think you're going to get much interest in the world of banking, especially here in the United States?
No.
A fraction of a percent. And how long are you even holding on to that $1,000 deposit?
Not long.
From the time it was collected to the closing date? How long? 30, 45 days? You think you're going to gain much interest on that $1,000 deposit, 30, 45 days? It's not worth it. Why do I say it's not worth it? Because there's more regulation if you put the money in an interest-bearing escrow account. There's more requirements. Why would a broker go through that? You'll see it here. The broker must get written permission from all parties before putting it in an interest-bearing escrow account. And the broker has to get written authorization, specify who gets the interest earned. If they don't do so, they'll get disciplined by FREC. You'll see it right here. For failing to secure written permission from all interested parties before putting it in an interest-bearing escrow account. So why go through that? That's why I mentioned as a broker, if I didn't have a property management company, which I do, I would not have an escrow account. But for property management, you need it. Because I'm dealing with tenants. And what are tenants paying? Last month's rent and security deposit. And as a property management company, I should hold on to it throughout the duration of the lease, right? So for that reason, I need an escrow account. If I'm doing both type of transactions as a broker, I'm doing sale transactions, collecting deposits from buyers, and I'm doing leasing transactions, property management, I still only need one escrow account. I can put all the deposits in that same account. There's not a limit on the amount of deposits. But there is a limit on how much I can use of personal money to set up and maintain the account. You'll see it here. Because is it free to open up a bank account? I'm asking you. is it free to open up a bank account? Especially business accounts. For business accounts, not only do you have to have a minimum balance, so that's money, right? That's your money as a brokerage company or as a broker. But also for business accounts, don't they charge you like check printing fees, maintenance fees, all of this stuff? Always for business accounts. And that's why the state of Florida, the commission, allows brokers to use up to how much? 1,000, highlight this, of personal money, business operating funds to set up and maintain the escrow account. For what type of transactions? Sale. But there's also another type of transaction you can be involved in. And if you look on line 36, I'm talking about property what? Can a broker have a property management company? Yes. What if the broker is dealing in property management services and they have an escrow account for that? Holding on to tenants' deposits. They can use more. Brokers can now use up to how much? 5,000 to set up and maintain the account. No. Your money. Imagine you're a broker. You have to set up the escrow account first. It's a classic chicken before the egg thing, right? Got to set up the escrow account first before you can start conducting business and collect deposits to put it in the escrow account. So we can't put the cart before the horse. Now, as I mentioned to you, the law does not require that I keep the account separate. Look, Florida law does not require separate sales, escrow accounts, and property management escrow accounts. I can have one escrow account for both types of deposits, from a tenant, from a buyer. But what's the maximum still? Cannot exceed 5,000 of my own money as a brokerage to set up and maintain. How long must you retain records for? It's on the next page, but you already know it. 5 years. Any questions? Yes.
The broker is putting $5,000 into the account to open it up for both.
Up to.
Why can't they put more?
Because the law says you can't put more.
Then what is the benefit?
Because then you won't be able to keep track of these funds. And they want to avoid, the state wants to avoid a broker commingling their personal money or business operating money from the tenant's money. It's a nightmare for accounting, so they put a cap. They say no more than X amount of dollars can you use to set up the account and maintain it. Any other, the tenant's money, so you can keep it separate and keep track of it. More than 5,000?
Yeah.
Would I? The state doesn't allow it.
No, but it's possible.
Are you asking? You can't. The state does not allow it.
We have property management and the other one.
I suggest keeping them separate. That's my personal opinion. Well, you can set up a one interest bearing escrow account to hold on to both types of deposits from tenants and from buyers. So whatever's in there, whatever balance you have is going to earn interest. It's not going to be much interest, but
So you're saying like for the year, if you have tenants.
Yeah. I mean, for property management, and you're holding on to the deposit for a longer time period and several $1,000s too, right? Last month's rent security deposit, that could be several $1,000s right there. You could possibly gain quite a bit of interest. If you have 100 tenants, the account could contain hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in last month's rent and security deposit. Depends on how big your property management company is. You have to take it out. Whatever interest you make, you cannot have any more than $5,000 of your own money as a brokerage company in that escrow account.
Oh, now I get it.
Yeah. And here's the thing. I mentioned something to you. It's an illegal act. It's called commingling. It's when you're mixing your personal money, the broker's escrow money, with seller money, buyer money, tenant, owner's money in the escrow account. Unacceptable, prohibited. It's called commingling. You're mixing. Mingle, single, ready to mingle. Anyhow, I'm corny, just deal with it. So here we go. They want to avoid this commingling, which is illegal, could jeopardize your license as a broker. But commingling could also lead to another illegal act, which is under mishandling escrowed funds. It's called conversion. Conversion. What is conversion? You'll see it right here. If you look on line 15, misappropriation of another person's property will expose the broker to charges of conversion, dishonest dealing, and fraud. Conversion is unauthorized use of another person's money. That's it. So you're spending their escrow deposit without their permission, essentially. Using it to operate your business, using it to, I don't know, spend money on whatever. It's illegal no matter the case. Unacceptable, prohibited. Now you know the law. You could be in violation of several. Commingling because you didn't keep track. You went over the $1,000 threshold. Or if you're doing property management, you went over the $5,000 threshold. You put more than $5,000 of your own money. That's illegal. That's commingling. Now, because you're not keeping track of how much of your own money's in there, you overspent to pay some of the bills. And you thought you were spending the brokerage company's money, but you spent some of the deposit money of a tenant. That's illegal. That's called conversion. And that could also result in, well, no, you just don't open up an escrow account. What? Well, you got to pay attention because you don't want to go over the threshold. Okay? You know. If they catch you, your license is in jeopardy. Complaints, violations, and penalties, Unit 6. So if somebody believes that you're doing business dishonestly, you're doing something that is going to potentially harm people, they might submit a complaint against you. Then there's an investigation. We'll talk about the complaint process. Could be for the escrow account. How will somebody know? Well, I'll tell you this. If the broker's holding on to the deposit for the buyer, and then on the closing date, they're supposed to give that deposit back to the buyer towards the purchase price, but they're having trouble coming up with that money. What, you don't have the money? Where's the money? Then maybe they have a good system of trying to cover up their tracks, but the lie comes out. There's a title company, it's called Celebration Title. Celebration Title, you might have heard of them. They grew really quick. They lost everything because they were spending the deposit money that they were collecting from buyers on business, corporate events, all kinds of stuff, opening up new locations, and they got caught. They grew, they were trying to replace it, but eventually it caught up to them.
You're not allowed to get from your own pocket to replace that money.
No, that's illegal. First of all, you shouldn't spend their money.
Let me try to explain to you. You have to keep the sheet. You put every day the expenses there every day, because on the other one you don't have the happening for that. The money is not here for somebody. So you can see $10,000, but it's not a $10,000. It's already $3,000. Yeah. So you have to, because I'm an account in my country. So
That's awesome.
I used to do. So you have to keep the sheet on Excel or to keep it. It doesn't matter.
So Dominique, in class, just in case you guys can't hear her online, she's just giving personal advice and talking about her experience as being an accountant and just keeping track of everything. And it's important. You got to keep track of everything. Yes.
So you have like receive the tenant's money for the deposit for like property management, and then like in a year you have to give it back. Like if the property's okay, you give it back the money.
It's on the contract.
Okay, but you have to communicate someone for like I'm removing this money because like this contract is ending, or not.
It's all contractual. It's in the contract.
But he's saying like, who takes note of why you're taking out?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I know it's a contract, but like when you take out the money, you give it back to the tenant. Do you have to tell someone that you're removing this money because you're giving to the tenant? Back to the tenant?
You have laws that govern you and time periods that you have to comply with. We haven't talked about those time periods yet, but we will. So if you don't give the money within a certain time period and people know the law, a tenant knows that they're within their rights, they can enforce that, they can submit a complaint against you, you could be held accountable. So that's the stuff we're going to talk about. We will get to it. I know you're itching to find out. You crave the knowledge, and I love it. These are great questions. Yeah, it's in the lease, it's in the sale contract. Who's going to hold on to the money, when they receive the money, when they have to give the money up. It's up to me to be responsible. I don't need an accountant.
I'm not I'm following the dates in the contract, but I'm telling you, like, I'm removing the money. You would have had to tell someone that I'm removing the money because I'm giving back to the tenant.
You're the boss. You are the boss.
Okay, so that's all.
So you have checks and balances. You keep track of everything.
Okay, so I'm the one. That's all.
Yeah. Do you have to notify the state? No. And that's, even if that was the case, that's something that we're not talking about here. And we are going to talk about something kind of similar, but time periods more so. You could also be charged with failure to account for and deliver if you can't come up with the money by the closing date. And you're like, okay, where's the deposit? Why don't you have it? Let's move on. What most likely is going to happen in real life is that the broker is not going to have an escrow account. And you're going to use the services of a what? On the first page of a sale contract, you can't miss it. First page of a sale contract. On the first page, you see the purchase price, how much of a deposit the buyer is going to give if their offer is accepted, when they have to give the deposit, and who they give the deposit to. It's called, they say, the escrow agent. Well, that's where you write down the name of the title company, their address, their telephone number. That information is dictated on the sale contract. You'll see that here. When you use a title company or an attorney to hold on to this money, you have to comply with these procedures. So let's go through it together. I just mentioned this one to you. On the sale agreement, you have to put the name of the title company, address, telephone number. Within 10 days, 10 business days, you have to get written verification from the title company that they have the money. So if the title company is going to hold on to the deposit, your buyer did what they were supposed to do on the contract. They wired the deposit over to the title company. Title company within 10 days should give you verification of that. We got the money. It was wired to us on this date at this time. This is the amount, for what purpose, for what property. And then within 10 business days of that, you should provide the seller's broker with a copy of the verification. You see that? But the title company knows to do this. The title company has to comply with this. They do this. This is automatic. It's not something that you have to keep tabs on. When the title company receives the deposit, that wire hits their account, they know immediately. And they provide evidence of that immediately. They send you a PDF. But they don't just send it to you as the buyer's agent telling you that your buyer did what they were supposed to do. They send it to the listing agent as well. Hey, by the way, the buyer that you accepted the offer from, they gave the deposit. We're on track. They're complying. They're moving forward. Anyhow, let's continue. Go to page 1 05. Now let's talk about transactions failing. Transactions fail all the time, you can imagine, for so many different reasons. Appraisal contingency, inspection, they didn't see something they found in the inspection report. They want to terminate the deal. Financing doesn't go through. So many different reasons. These are all contingencies, conditions, stipulations in the contract. But what does the broker do if they're holding on to the deposit and the transaction fails? I mentioned this to you earlier, right? The buyer naturally is thinking, well, that's my money. I want to get it what? But the seller might be thinking the opposite. Well, the buyer's the reason the transaction failed. So for that purpose, I want to keep their deposit for wasting my time. That happens all the time. So what does the broker do in this conflict? Let's talk about it. That's what we see here. It's actually at the bottom of this page, conflicting demands. Buyer and seller are demanding the deposit, and those demands are conflicting, hence the name, conflicting demands. Buyer and seller are fighting over the deposit.
Is that all?
Yes? But just in case, we got to know it. So what's the procedure? Brokers caught in the middle, buyer and seller are trying to get the deposit. They want you to release it to them. First step is to notify who? Broker must notify who? In writing within how many business days? 15 business days. And what you're tested on here, within how many business days does it say here? 30 business days, the broker must start one of the settlement or escape procedures. There's 4 of them that we're going to discuss. We haven't gotten there just yet. We're going to reveal that in just a moment. But for now, you have to understand the time period and how it works. You're going to be tested on it. So I want you to pay attention, and I want you to take a note of this. Take a note of this right now. Let's just say right here, this line represents when conflicting demand starts. I'm going to write it down. Conflicting demands. It starts right at this line. This is when everything begins, all of the requirements, the time periods. Within the first, how many days? 15 days. You must do what? Notify who? Correct. And within the first 30 days, write that down. You must do what? Start the escape procedures. In other words, the methods used to settle the matter, figure out who should get the deposit, who's entitled to it. But you got to know this time period, you're going to be tested on it. So what must we do first? Notify who? And you have up to how much time to do that? 15 days. But look up here. Yes, you got to pay attention. Yes, you have up to 15 days to notify FREC. But the longer you wait within that 15 days, the less time you have to start the escape procedures. Let me show you how this works. That's why I organized it in this fashion, to give you a better visual aid. You have up to 15 days to notify FREC, but let's just say you notify them in 3 days. How many days do you have left to start the escape procedures? Basic
27.
subtraction. 27, exactly. You notify FREC, let's say, in 9 days. How many days do you have left to start the escape procedures?
21.
21. You notify FREC, let's say now in 14 days. How many days do you have left?
16.
16. This is how you're going to be tested. State exam. And maybe for your class exam as well. So now, you're probably wondering, okay, Michael, what are the escape procedures? What are the settlement procedures? The name gives it away. It's the methods used to settle the matter, figure out who should get the deposit. We're going to take a break soon. Let me go through this and then we'll take a break. You're going to be tested on one of these escape procedures naturally, so I'm giving you an opportunity to highlight this. Okay. And you'll also be tested here, lines 43 to the bottom. Class exam question. Lock that in. Okay. I don't have it. Yes. Oh, there you go. I was able to recover it. Luckily, I'm smart. Tech savvy. Just trying to give myself self-confidence. So.
Can you put this thing at the beginning? Like when the barrister signed the paper, can you put all this thing at like a requirement at the beginning? Like if it was my time, just like that. If it was my time and
yeah, everything is negotiable. Everything is negotiable. Yeah, everything's negotiable.
If you do like that, do you have to notify FREC?
No. I mean, it depends. Is the broker involved? Is there conflicting demands? It really depends. This is my philosophy. As a broker, don't hold on to the deposit. Then you don't have to deal with this either. Let the title company hold on to the money, because if there's a conflict, that's a headache for them. You understand? Let the title come. It's a symbiotic relationship. The title company makes their money off of charging the buyer and the seller closing costs, closing fees, settlement fees. They don't take any of your commission. They charge the buyer. So let them do their job, right? And then they deal with the headache if there's a conflict. But let's talk about the conflicting demands here. I'm sorry, the escape procedures, settlement procedures used to figure out who should get the deposit, who's entitled to it, if you're a broker caught in the middle. So the first is using, starts with an M, what? Yeah. Let me explain what this is. This is when the buyer and the seller choose a trusted third what? Yeah. But the decision that the third party makes, write this down, is non-binding. Do you see that? And that's why we don't like it. If you choose mediation to figure out who is entitled to getting the deposit money, buyer or seller, the buyer and seller choose a trusted mediator. That's a profession, by the way. There's professional mediators. And they give a decision as to the facts of what's going on, what they think, what party is entitled to what. But if you don't agree with that, then you don't have to. It's non-legally binding. That means that the situation is still unresolved. And you wasted your money hiring this professional mediator. And most likely, if you can't figure it out in mediation, one of the parties will say, I'll see you in what? In court. And you want to avoid court. Right? Here it is. Check this out. That's why the best, in our opinion, is the next one. Starts with an A. It's what? It's where the buyer and the seller once again choose a trusted third, a professional arbitrator. Have you ever watched Court TV? Judge Judy, Judge Joe Brown, Judge Matheson, all these people? They're professional arbitrators. I don't know if you're familiar with that. But you hire one, and the decision that they make is not non-binding, it's binding. It's legally binding. So you have to follow their opinion, their instructions as to who's entitled to getting the deposit. If you look at a standard sale contract that we use in Florida, it says you have to use arbitration.
No matter.
It's in the contract, like you were asking. If you use a standard sale contract in Florida, it's called a FAR contract, Florida Association of Realtors, prepared by somebody that passed the Florida bar exam, a lawyer in Florida, that has the specifications. If the transaction fails, you must use, and it says arbitration, which is good because you want to avoid court. And that's what litigation is. I'll see you in what? And who decides now? Judge, based on the facts of the case, right? And their decision is going to be legally what? Binding. But money, time consuming, and all of that is the best. I said those TV judges are not real judges. Maybe they worked as a judge in the past, but they're professional arbitrators. They're not, they have the name Judge Judy because they have the credentials to say that, but they're really a professional arbitrator. You have to have the credentials to call yourself a professional arbitrator. Litigation is going to court. I never had to use it because I never hold on to deposits. If there's a conflict, if there's a conflict, I don't have to deal with it because I strongly believe that as a broker, if you don't need to, then why would you?
Even your personal.
There is a lot of company who said,
No, that just means.
this is a requirement. It's just like, this is final. If
If
for any reason you don't have the transaction, you lost the.
Maybe. It really depends on the conditions of the sale. If what is it say in the contract?
Yes, like you said, for any reason.
I'll give you an example. I don't want to say any reason. It could be. I've done deals where I say, hey, listen, you want to buy this property, it's a non-refundable deposit. It's going to be in the agreement. Doesn't matter what. In North Carolina, they call it a due diligence deposit. Have you heard of this? So the due diligence deposit is non-refundable. If you don't move forward with the transaction, you lose that money. That's like that's standard in North Carolina, but Florida, it's conditions. You can write whatever.
It's illegal to.
You make that determination. Everything's negotiable. I'm not saying, yeah, I'm saying you can. You can do it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, but it really depends on what contingency. For instance, you have an appraisal contingency. The appraisal contingency states that if I get this property appraised and it doesn't appraise for what we're under contract for, I made you an offer for $300,000, you accepted it, but the appraisal contingency says if it doesn't appraise for 300, if it appraised for 250, you got to be willing to come down as the seller. Otherwise, I could back out and get my deposit back. That is a contingency. That's one. I'm just giving you one random one. But you can have an inspection contingency. You can have a financing contingency. Now check this out. Before I answer your question, the last escape or settlement procedure to resolve this dispute, this conflict, is called escrow disbursement order, but it's also referred to as, at least this is what we call it in the industry, EDO. EDO. EDO is asking for whose advice? The Florida Real Estate Commission. Something interesting though. So you ask FREC, hey, FREC, there's a conflict, buyer and seller are fighting over the deposit. Who do you think should get the money? This is what's going on. If you ask FREC for their advice, do they have to give you advice? No. If they give you advice, must you take it? No. It's non-binding. Write that down. Yeah. Why even use this? What if FREC gives you advice as to who they think is entitled to the deposit? You take their advice. Is FREC responsible for the advice that they provided? The answer would surprise you. It's actually yes. And that's why usually they don't give advice. They usually don't. They say, listen, we're going to refrain from giving any further guidance on this, seek legal advice, or whatever the case may be. They're probably not going to get involved. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Question, Tierney. Correct.
So
How does it benefit the broker holding on to the money?
how does the title company decide who gets the?
That's very interesting.
They have to go through the details first of the contract. Because a standard contract would say arbitration. If they can't figure it out, then they go to arbitration. And then after arbitration, whoever is entitled to the money, they release it to that party. Yeah. Here's the thing. Look, check this out. It makes sense if you read the name backwards. Check this out. Based on what we learned, you're essentially getting an order from who? FREC to do what? Disperse the what? Money. The escrowed funds, the deposit. Does that make sense? Okay. Here's the thing. If we go up, there was something you were tested on for question 36. If you asked FREC for their advice as to who should get the deposit, you're waiting for their response. But meanwhile, they say subsequently, you settle the matter. You figure it out. The money is going to go to this party. Do you have to let FREC know that you don't need their advice anymore? That
Yes.
you figured it out? Yes. You have to let them know, and you have to notify, broker must notify FREC within how many business days that it's been resolved. We can't assume that.
But if they like arrange.
They're going to respond. They just might not give advice.
Advice.
Because you still have to. Do you remember conflicting demands? As soon as conflicting demand starts, you got to notify FREC. But if you want to ask FREC who should get the money, that's one of the options you have. Yeah.
Don't hold the money.
Don't hold on to the money in the first place. All right. Let me just make sure. Okay, let's take a break. Just quick break. Be back at 7:50. 7:50. Yes, of course. 7:50. Stretch out, grab a snack, do what you
We're muted.
Thank you. The one person that mentioned that. I've been talking this whole time. 3 reasons in which you're going to get deposit back, no questions asked. First reason is if you're not the highest bidder in a HUD auction. You give a deposit to bid on that property. You don't win, you get your deposit back. The second reason is for your right to cancel the sale contract. In Unit 8, we'll talk about the types of properties and the allowable cancellation period. If you cancel within that time period, you're able to get your money back as a buyer. So you don't have to notify FREC or go through the escape procedures if these 3 reasons apply. And the last reason is for financing. If you look at a standard sale contract in Florida, the one we typically use, there's a section all about financing. Is this transaction contingent on the buyer getting a loan to buy it, or is it cash? If it's marked cash, you ignore the whole financing section. But in the financing section, if they are going to get a loan, how long do they have to get the loan? That's going to be on the contract. So if they can't secure financing within the allowable time period, or they make no effort towards getting financing, they were lazy, they didn't submit a loan application, the seller might be able to what? Keep the deposit for wasting the seller's time. But what if the buyer did make an attempt to try to get a loan, but they're unqualified or they get denied? Well, the transaction, the contract says this transaction is contingent on the buyer getting financing. They tried, they weren't sitting on their hands, but they just couldn't get it. So for that reason, the buyer could potentially back out and get their money back, no questions asked. Now, let's move on to page 108, money paid in advance for performing real estate service. Let me paraphrase. Can you charge up front before you complete a real estate service?
No.
In our business, it is possible. It is possible. It's not common, but it's possible. For instance, I might charge somebody to list their property in the MLS, and that's it. So I charge them a marketing fee one time, and then I stipulate in the details of that listing, any inquiries go to, I put the seller's information, the owner. Yes, you can. It's advised, a marketing agreement. So you could do it, you can charge whatever you want. Unless we're talking about timeshare. For timeshare, based on this Florida Vacation Plan and Timesharing Act, prohibits real estate licensees from collecting an advance fee for listing a timeshare unit. Question?
So I know I have a friend that's a realtor. She charges $400 to find you a rental. It's like she gives you 2 months for you to pick 10 properties, and she goes over all of them and, finds the one that.
Sure.
So that's something you can do.
Yeah. Why not?
You can be just a leasing agent and that's it. Like you can charge
A
someone.
marketing agent, if you want, yeah. No, it's allowed. You're allowed to do it. So it says sometimes the broker might do it, but it's just not common. Anyhow. But here's the thing. When it comes to rental information and lists, if you sell rental information, there is law that you have to comply with. If you give rental information away for free, there's no additional requirements. There's no laws you have to comply with. But if you sell a rental list, you have to comply with certain rules. We'll talk about it. Let's talk about sales associates commission. Who pays you your commission? Yeah. Who do you operate under? Any business is whose business? Broker. We already know this. Look, you can't operate independently. Sales associates may not open their own office. Any business that you bring to the company is whose business? Property of the what? Broker. The amount of commission to be paid is always what? Between all parties involved. And Florida does not limit how much you charge for your services.
So, do you know what industry?
What is it? Is it a realty company?
No, it's like a place where you can rent an office.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like it's virtual office or a shared working space,
Yeah,
co-op.
it's like a shared, it's like they have a floor. Where
Yeah.
a bunch of
Pipeline is like that. And I know what you're saying. Yeah, and the one that went bankrupt, which is WeWork, yeah.
Yeah, so you can't, as a realtor, rent like an office over there and have it for yourself.
You could rent a space for you to just do business, but it can't be an official brokerage office.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to do business outside of your house, I suggest you do it in your house and get the tax deduction.
Probably see me phone calls and stuff.
You're an independent contractor. And there's a deduction that you can claim if you set up a space within your house and use it as your office. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Consult a CPA or a tax preparer. Yeah. Well, you can write off everything, but we'll talk about it. It's at the end of this unit. Look, the sales associate's commission is determined by the agreement they have with their employer, right? Look, it's right here. Everything should be in the policy manual. Let's move on. Go to page 109. All monies earned by associates are to be paid to them by their employer, not directly by the seller or the buyer. You had a question about this. Can the seller or the buyer pay you or give you something of value on the side? No. Everything has to go through the broker, even bonuses. That's anything of value. They give you examples. Gift cards, gift baskets. Really? I have to take a gift basket, bring it over to my broker? The rule is, if you're tested on it, yes, anything of value. But in real life, are you going to bring a gift basket to your broker and say, well, take your split? Okay, I want the muffin. I want the Godiva chocolates. I live by a rule of thumb. If you can eat the evidence, it's probably okay. I've gotten all kinds of crazy bonuses for selling property. One in particular, and luckily I was a broker at the time. I didn't have to split it with anybody. I didn't have to split it with a broker. I was the broker. I found this property for one of my clients. They were an investor. They wanted a vacation home. And the stipulation was, the story behind it, there was a Canadian and he was selling this vacation home and it had all the specifications my buyer was looking for. It just worked out. But the bonus was you got his Mercedes in the garage. And it was like a $60,000 brand new Mercedes. It barely had any miles, a few thousand miles on it. It was a car that this Canadian vacationer used anytime he came to Florida, but barely used it, barely vacationed to Florida. And he's like, what am I holding on to all this stuff for? If you sell the house, the bonus is for this price by this date, that was the condition, you get the vehicle, you get the Mercedes. So I was able to get the Mercedes. Now, that would be a very difficult bonus to split with my broker if I did have a broker at the time. Well, I mean, what are you going to do with a car, right? Like, bring it to your broker and say, okay, well, I got it during the weekdays. You got it on the weekends. Special occasions, we have the sign-in sheet, you know? No, if you were a sales associate, you have to split a car. I mean, you got to sell the car. Huh? I sold it. I had a car. So I sold it for like $50,000. It was a bonus.
Any money
It was an additional bonus. Yeah.
I am doing all things legally. So.
What was that?
I do all things legally.
Come again?
Legally.
You like doing it
Legally.
Legally what?
Okay, I am doing all things legally.
Oh, okay.
So, this is the question.
Yes.
When hired, can I negotiate with my broker? So when I got gift, when I got the bonuses,
You don't have to split it?
give to you, but you have to return it back to me.
Sure. Everything's negotiable.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe you write that down and ask Ryan.
Okay.
That's a great question. That's not like a question that people normally think about. So give yourself some credit for that. And that's something that you should ask a potential employer, like a broker, right? Ask him, how do you treat bonuses? Like imagine, and you give them a hypothetical. You say, what if I receive a $5,000 bonus? Do I have to split that with a brokerage company? What if they give me a gift card for $200? Do I have to split, ask them. Sharing commission with a party to the transaction. Here's the thing. Can you split commission with the buyer or the seller that you're working with in the transaction?
Yes.
What do you think? Yes or no? You're waiting for me to trick you. So you're going to agree with him? No? Can you split the commission that you earn with the buyer or seller you're working with in the transaction?
No.
The answer is yes, you can. You can. Because they're a party to the what? It's not a cousin that referred you business. You can't do that. And you'll have friends that will put you in a position that's going to jeopardize your license. Like, oh, you remember so-and-so? I told them about you because they were thinking about moving and selling their property, and they want to use you to list the property for them. You're like, oh my gosh, thank you so much for the referral. And then they pull you to the side and say, just give me whatever you think is fair. You got friends and family like this, right? Can you give them anything? No. Because they don't have an active real estate what? License.
Also, you can't give money to people for referrals. Okay.
You can't take them to dinner. You can't make them a fancy feast. You can't take them out to an event. Nothing based on the transaction because they don't have an active real estate license. But if it's the seller or the buyer, they're a party in the transaction already, they can receive a piece, a rebate.
You can put it as a referral.
Is this section right here? This section right here that keeps on asking about that. How are they going to know? How are they going to know? Please, I'm starting to get worried now.
No, I was gonna go after this.
No,
Wait for the birthday.
because it's based on the trend. Do you normally take them out for a fancy feast? To a nice steakhouse? No, you're taking them out because they referred you some business. So you're taking them out based on a real estate transaction. If they never gave you that transaction, you wouldn't take them out. So you know what it's about.
Yeah.
Exactly, 100%.
But if you make it like a referral.
I feel like from this point on, let's not ask that question. Don't do it because I don't want you to be in a compromising position. Yes.
If you put it like a referral, so in your business, you got a referral, some people send you referral, you can put it like a referral.
No.
Nothing.
Unless they have an active real estate license, no. You want to receive money off of a real estate transaction? You need a real estate license. It's like this. So she's saying, okay, about a referral. Why is a referral bad? If you knew that, you can give me a referral without needing a real estate license, and I can give you compensation for that. Why would you be here?
Okay.
You'd be thinking, okay, I don't need a real estate license. I could just refer to this person, let them do the work. And I get a little piece off of that. You can't. It's illegal.
Person is an employee.
Separate thing, huh?
Employee, but not with a license. Employee
Like a receptionist.
without the license.
You can't give them a bonus.
No, not a bonus.
Not a referral. You can give them a salary, but that's a salary. That has nothing to do with their performance. Has nothing to do with the transaction. You pay them a salary, that's whatever the salary is.
But you get a commission, any type of commission has to have the license.
Of course. You want to be paid on a transactional basis, you need the real estate license. Simple. Transactional basis. Salary is a salary. It's not transactional.
The buyer and the seller can get the,
Yeah, I'll give you an example. When you might give a piece of your commission to the buyer. You're helping your best friend purchase a property, their first house. They barely qualify. You found them their dream house. You negotiated. They bought it. They're so happy. You want to help them out. You made some decent commission off of that transaction. You want to pay for their moving expenses to help them out. This is your best friend. You're giving them a piece of your commission from the transaction that's based on the transaction. Because they're the buyer or the seller, that's acceptable. But nobody outside of that.
It doesn't make
To
sense.
me, it's not in my down. You did like $10.
So check it out. Look, all parties must be fully informed.
But what if some agents sometimes they'll be like, their split may be different and they may give you less too, right? Like they'd be like, oh, I get 4%, you only get 2%.
Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah.
I've listed property and I listed for 7%. I gave the buyer's agent 2.5%. It's my choice. I negotiated the sales commission with the seller. It's my listing contract. I can agree to split whatever I want with the other side of the transaction. I don't have to split 50-50. Yes. This is before the law changed and they could see it on the MLS. 2.5% is what they were getting.
How do you convince the seller to give you that much?
Everything's negotiable.
Like how do you personally convince?
Be a good.
I can recommend some books.
Oh, yes.
I can't get into a whole sales training session right now.
Extra days.
And I'll tell you about some personal experience I have with sales and understanding the power that sales has and how to unleash that power. I kind of sound like gimmicky right there, but we'll talk about it in a later unit. In unit 8 is when I'll share that with you. Some of the experience I have. Bottom line is, you don't have a real estate license, or if you're not involved in the transaction as a buyer or a seller, you can't receive any commission. That's it. I know you don't like it, but listen, that's the rule.
I was about a friend because I helped him.
Oh, and you asked.
But he didn't tell me nothing about that. But
So, and if somebody compromises, yeah, if you have a friend that wants you to compromise your real estate license, this is important here. If you have a friend or a relative that wants you to compromise your real estate license by paying them a commission, they're not a true friend, and it's family that you probably don't want to associate yourself with.
I didn't know, but he didn't tell me anything.
Okay, and you unfriended him, and now you need to call him and tell him, now I know and I'm sorry.
But
I hope you do.
But I was so mad because it was me. And I give him the person.
You say you worked hard?
Yes, I was hard for that. I make phone calls.
Yeah.
Oh, he tried to hire you almost to make phone calls.
Yes, I make phone
Oh, that's
calls.
kind of
And
different.
it was me. If it told him the person, but I didn't receive nothing, but I didn't know.
Couldn't give you anything. All right, so check it out. Antitrust laws. There's 2 in particular. We got to get back on track here. 2 in particular that we got to know about. I'm going to share these with you. The first one starts with a P. It's what? Let me explain what price fixing is. You can't fix fees or percentages for services you perform, because everything in real estate is negotiable. You can't say, hey, listen, I'm going to list your property for you. It's always 6%. The going rate is whatever percent. It's always the industry standard is X amount of dollars as a fee. No, everything is negotiable. It's on a transaction by transaction basis. You can negotiate whatever you want, and Florida does not limit how much you charge, but it's negotiable. Look in the contract. Yeah, put it in the contract. And then market allocation. There's not one brokerage company that owns a zip code. It's not like you can go door knocking in a town and say, hey, listen, if you're going to list property in this town, you have to list it with our brokerage company. That doesn't exist. This is an open and competitive market. Now, you can dominate the market based on your efforts. That's why you might drive down a street in a subdivision and you see multiple for sale signs, and it's the same real estate agent listing all these because that's based on their efforts. They went door knocking. They listed one property. They knocked on the next door neighbor and say, hey, I'm listing their property for X amount of dollars, and we got multiple offers already. Are you thinking about listing your property? Oh my gosh, yes, I am. It's the right time. Got another listing. Hey, 2 of your neighbors are listing their property. This is what I'm getting. I still have a lot of buyers that want to purchase. Do you want to list your property as well? Got another one. You know, it's like, that's what you got to do. That's the effort you got to make. Of course. If that's what the community prohibits, but up to you. If you want to make omelets, you got to break some eggs. All right. Liens on real property. Go to page 110. Class exam question. I know you're still upset. You're not going to sleep tonight.
But he didn't know that. He just didn't know.
No, he needs a wheelchair, you know that.
All right, so check this out. If you somehow don't get paid the commission that you're entitled to, what rights do you have? Well, for residential property, you have to be expressly authorized to do so, to put a lien against the property for the commission that's owed. And you're probably wondering, Michael, what is a lien? Write this down. Do you know what a lien is?
Yes.
A lien equals a claim for a debt.
They can't sell it out.
I mean, they could. But if somebody's trying to get financing to buy it, that's not going to happen. I've purchased property with liens. Of course. Cash.
Oh,
But I know the lien. I know the lien is attached.
but now
So
it means
Now the lien's mine. Anyhow, if it's in the agreement that if you somehow don't get paid your commission, when is that going to happen? All parties know that you're the real estate agent and you have an agreement that should say the commission that you're owed. You could put a lien if it's in the agreement. Don't assume. It's not automatic. Has to be in the agreement. And then for commercial property, what if you sell a commercial property? Highlight this paragraph on line 16. Or you make commission for leasing commercial property to a business that's going to operate in a shopping center, for instance. You have a friend, they have a pizza shop, they want that shopping, they want to operate in that shopping center, you negotiate for them, you can make commission off of that. It's a common part of our business. And they try not to pay you the commission. For commercial property, whether it's sale or lease, it's automatic. If you don't get paid the commission that you're owed and you have evidence, supporting evidence, you could put a lien against the property. And if they still don't pay, you can foreclose. That's what the lien right gives you. There's time periods you have to comply with. We'll talk about that later on. On the next page, page 111, hey, kickbacks. This is what you asked about. You asked about kickbacks, referral fees, fee splitting, unearned fees. What is an unearned fee? That means you didn't do the work, but you made money. That's what a referral fee is. You didn't earn it. You didn't do the transaction. You referred it to somebody that did the work, but they gave you a piece. So that's a kickback. That's a referral fee. That's an unearned fee. That's how we describe it. They're acceptable in our business as long as these conditions are met. Check it out. The parties in the transaction are fully what? Informed. The kickback cannot violate law. The law specifically that we're going to focus on, and we'll see this in a later unit, is called RESPA. You see RESPA? Real estate. Keyword is settlement. Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act. What we're going to learn in a later unit is that this is the federal law that regulates the money that's exchanged in a real estate transaction. Well, a referral fee is money involved in the transaction, right? A commission is money involved in the transaction, correct? So what types of referral fees are unacceptable that this law says you can't receive money from by referring business? It's right here. Closing services such as title searches, title insurance, attorney fees, surveyors, credit reports, appraisals. No, not at all. Title company makes money because you refer the business to them. But that's not why you refer the business to them.
They make money.
You refer the business to them because they're a good title company. They're going to make money not off of your commission, so you're okay with it. They charge the seller and the buyer, and you know their fees are fair. They communicate with everybody. They're diligent. They make sure transactions close on time. That's why you refer, not because you can get a referral fee, because then it will be a race as to who pays the most referral fee. What title company do I refer to that pays the most? Not that they're good, but they pay out the most to their agents that refer business. You can't do it. But there are professions and services you can refer and make money off of. The other two licenses will unlock that opportunity. You remember the other two licenses I suggest you should get? Mortgage and insurance. You get that license, then you can refer and you can make money.
So neither appraisers to refer appraisers.
No, can't do that one.
FLL, the insurance one?
Property and casualty. It's on our website. If you search property and casualty Florida or Florida MLO, it will pop up. So we offer these classes. The insurance class is a little bit more time. I think it's like 200 hours. Yes.
And what?
But mortgage is only 22 hours. It's worth it. I'm telling you. It's worth it. Yes, it's worth it to get both. If you want to stand out from any other real estate agent, you're like thinking, man, I feel like I'm so late in the game. You know, I could have got started in this career a whole lot. Most real estate agents, first of all, they don't, maybe they didn't take class with Cameron Academy, number one, and their instructor didn't tell them the importance of getting the mortgage and the insurance license in addition to getting your real estate license, and they don't know, and they're not thinking about it, and they're probably not going to do it, and they've been in the business 20, 30 years. They only have a real estate license, and that's all they do. Get the other two licenses. You will thank me. You'll thank yourself for doing it and the investment you make. And you'll know more about the business. Because then let's hypothetically, you take the class, you don't get the license. Now you understand how insurance works. Now you understand how mortgages work. Now you can advise your buyers better. And you say, well, wait a second, that's not how it works. They told you that? Well, I know for a fact this is how it goes. Let me refer you to this person, right? Worst case scenario. But if you refer, you should make some money, so get the license. Make sense? All right, let's continue on. It's unlawful to share commission with an unlicensed person other than the seller or the buyer in the transaction. We already know that. It's unlawful for a licensee to pay an unlicensed person for performing real estate services. We know that. Unless you pay a finder's fee for a tenant that refers a new tenant into an apartment complex. You remember that from a previous unit? We already saw that. It's just redundant. It's repeating it. A lot of the stuff in the book is going to be repetitive to help you retain. Yes?
Can someone else open the door for you? Like you have a showing, but if like someone that lives right next to there, can you tell him?
No. Nope.
Like if you have a showing.
Or open
Is the
up.
final,
Yes. No more.
but certain apartments.
Yeah, but they don't give you. Yeah, but they don't give you cash. They give you credit towards next month's rent. So they're giving you credit. They're not giving you actual cash. So the question is this. She knows in maybe the apartment complex you've been in the past, maybe some of you know this. If you refer a tenant, then sometimes they give you more than $50. So how is that acceptable? It's because they're not giving you more cash. They're giving you credit towards next month's rent. So it's a deduction on your future rent. It's not actual money in your pocket. So they found a way around the rule, a loophole. Types of businesses that may and may not register as a brokerage. Let's talk about it. briefly describe each one so you can better understand. This is the last part to this unit. I mentioned to you, this is the second longest unit in the textbook. I didn't sugarcoat it. We covered a whole lot of topics, didn't we? But we're almost done. Second longest. I said the longest is unit 13. I already said that. Yeah, unit 13 is the longest. That's next week. Anyhow, don't go there and try to look for it. Anyhow, let's get back on track here. Let's talk about the ones that can and the ones that cannot. If you're a broker and you want to set up your business, your brokerage business, you probably want to create an LLC or a corporation or a partnership. You have options, right, on how you want to structure your business. And you want to operate under that entity because it protects you against liability. If your company gets sued, the most you lose is the company. They can't attack you and sue you personally. And there's tax benefits when you operate under a business entity versus your own personal name. So that's why people do it. Now, the beeper says, if you're going to do that, that's okay, but only these types of entities are acceptable. These ones are not. That's all you need to know. So can we go through it? First one is a sole what? What does sole mean?
One.
It's a form of business owned and operated by how many individuals? Those are acceptable. How do you set up your business entity? Right here. Look on line 23. Through the Florida Department of what? There's a website. You might be familiar with it. Who created an LLC in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's awesome. Where did you go to set it up? Did you get help or did you do it on your own? Who did it on their own? You went to sunbiz.org. You know this website, right? Who set up an LLC? Who set up a corporation? Okay. There's a difference. The filing for a corporation is a little bit more complex. LLCs are a lot easier. You can watch a YouTube video and figure it out. And it's less expensive, less time consuming. And you get a lot of the benefits as if you're a corporation, but you're taxed as if you're recognized through IRS at the tax bracket of a partnership. That's how they describe it. Anyhow, we'll go through that in just a moment, but let's continue on page 113. Partnerships. If sole is one, what is a partnership? 2 or more. Any questions about that? You need to know that the next sections are all about the difference between a general and a limited partnership. General partners are equally responsible for each other and their actions. Yikes. You probably don't want to have a general partnership with somebody unless you absolutely trust them. You'll die for that person. Even there. Every general partnership shares in profits and losses and equal liability for debts and just general liability. That is scary. So what would you do? What's the alternative? You would create a limited liability partnership. Limited partners are not equally responsible for each other. They're silent partners in the business. So you can have a general partnership. You have a partnership. Some are general, some are limited. The limited ones, they don't make any business decisions. They just make an investment in the company. They're silent partners. The most they could lose is their investment. That's it. General partners are equally responsible for each other and their actions and sharing the profits and losses, revenue. Anyhow, you'll see it here. Limited partners. They make a cash or a property investment, not of services. No managerial control. Yes. As a broker, you need a qualifying broker. You remember we talked about this? At least one qualifying broker. Let's continue on. On page 114. If you want all of the partners to be limited, meaning basically you don't take responsibility for each other's actions, you can form a limited liability partnership. And you'll see it here. Negligence, malpractice, all of that stuff. Lines 9 through 13. Let's continue on. 9 through 13. Corporation. A legal entity created by law consisting of one or more persons. Same thing. You create it through the Department of State. Sunbiz. It's more complex. It's more time consuming. You don't want to make a mistake. You have to list who holds all the key positions in a corporation: president, vice president, secretary, treasurer. You have to have minutes. You have to host meetings. You have to have shareholder agreements. You have to issue shares. There is a lot that goes into it. You don't want to make a mistake. You should get a professional to help you out with that. But there are benefits that come along with it. You can read through the benefits, do research on this later on tonight if you wish. LLCs are usually more preferable because they're easier to set up and they're less expensive. I can set up an LLC in less than half an hour, including in that half an hour getting a EIN number from IRS. You know what EIN is? Employer Identification Number. That allows me to open up a bank account for my business. That's free from IRS. So I can do all of that in half an hour. That's how simple it is. But watch a YouTube video. Figure it out. Vacancy of office. I'll be brief here because this is kind of just a side subject. If the only active broker of the company dies, resigns, or is unable to continue in that position as the qualifying broker, you must replace them within how many calendar days? 14. Otherwise, automatic cancellation of that license by the beeper. Yeah, and everything that comes along with the brokerage, the branding and everything that it's could be a lot. But 14 days is a very short time period to replace such a key position. You could request more time, and you'll see that here. It says you can request to hire a temporary broker. It says a registered, appointed, and registered through the beeper, and that will give you how many days? 60 days to find a permanent solution for that position. And if you can't, still, you can't find somebody to permanently be the qualifying broker.
Oh, no.
They need to be a broker, right? Then yes, you automatic cancellation. Let's move on. Now let's talk about the business entities that cannot open up a brokerage office, or you can't operate these entities as a brokerage business. Ostensible partnership is where two or more individuals give the appearance to the public that a partnership exists, but they never filed with the Florida Department of State. It's unacceptable. It's prohibited in our business. Can't do it. So where two or more individuals give the appearance to the public that they have a partnership, but they never filed with the Florida Department of State. You have to create this by law and establish it with the state in order for you to operate as such. Yeah, it could be an example. Yeah. And then we see corporation sole. What is this? Well, this is an ecclesiastical organization. Do you know what ecclesiastical is? It means all religions, including nonprofits. You'll see right here, a legitimate religious organization, or even a nonprofit, 501c3. You can't open up a brokerage under a 501c3.
Would
take donations and use it.
Would churches fall under that category?
Correct. Cannot. So a church, legitimate religious organization, they cannot open up a brokerage business under the church name or the entity that was created for that church. Can't do it. Separate, its own entity. I mean, what are you going to do? Collect money from followers to open up a brokerage office? Even though you hear stories about all kinds of crazy stuff. I'm not going to get into it, okay? Joint venture. We call that being church hurt. Church hurt. Yeah. Everybody gets church hurt sometimes. Not what you might initially think that is. Anyhow. Not like Catholic church. Anyhow, joint venture. Or joint adventure because it's fun. It's where two or more individuals combine their efforts to handle one transaction or a certain number of transactions together. And then after that, nothing exists unless they create another joint venture. For that reason, it's temporary. You see temporary? It's temporary, and you can't operate a brokerage business under something that's temporary. Let's continue. Business trust. It's a form of business arrangement to handle transactions involving their own property. And like we know from first day of class, do you need a real estate license to sell your own property? No. So that's why this business arrangement is unacceptable to operate your brokerage business under, company under. 1 second. Page 117. Let's skip down to unincorporated associations. The best example I can give you of an unincorporated association is like a homeowners association. It talks about it right here. What's the whole purpose of an HOA and the money they collect? It should be used for what?
Keeping
Yeah, the
the
beautification
community
of the neighborhood.
nice.
Should not be used to open up. Yeah, should not be used to open up a brokerage office or a brokerage company and become an empire. But then you hear stories about HOAs getting in trouble for using money for not the right things. And HOA,
HOAs and mob,
Sometimes
just
they
like
are
towing
ads.
companies.
towing companies, they have reputations as well. All right, trade names. Let's go through trade names together. What is a trade name? Yeah, it's your business name. It's a business name. And it goes by other titles, such as a fictitious name, or they might call it a DBA. Have you heard of a DBA? Which is doing business as. So for instance, your LLC. Imagine you set up a trucking company. You make an LLC for it. Amazing Truckers LLC. But you don't want to put that on your business card, Amazing Truckers LLC. You just want to drop the LLC and call it Amazing Truckers, right?
Yeah.
So what you'd have to do is you'd have to register Amazing Truckers as your business name under the, and it's owned by the LLC. The LLC owns that name. Where do you set this up? Once again, through the Florida Department of State. Something interesting about this, though. You might pay to register that name through the state of Florida, but it doesn't stop other people from using that same name. How do you prevent other people from using your same name? You have
Copyright,
to register as a trademark.
trademark.
That's a national trademark. And they also have international trademarks as well. No. You have an LLC? Okay. Is it Slay by Dre LLC? But you want to just advertise Slay by Dre. You don't put an LLC there. So what you do is you register the fictitious name, that's what it's called, on Sunbiz, Slay by Dre, owned by Slay by Dre LLC. And now on your business card, you could put just Slay by Dre. Well, it doesn't stop other people from also using Slay by Dre. But how do you stop that? You trademark it. That's another thing. That's through the USPTO. That's the Patent and Trademark Office, okay? You could do that on your own as well. And it's cheap if you do it on your own. If you hire a trademark attorney or a patent attorney, they're going to charge you thousands of dollars for it. Yes, there you go. Trademark infringement.
We think we have digital.
What is it?
Digital. This is a
Digital.
Digital. This is the name. This is the company.
Okay, sure.
But everyone knows them by digital. But when you have to write in the check, it's holding company. Is that the same?
It all depends. For instance, I'll give you my example. Mine is Cameron Realty Group LLC. That's my LLC, Cameron Realty Group LLC. Over the years, I'm like, that's corny. All right. I want to call myself just Cameron Realty. Just drop the group LLC. So what I did was I registered the fictitious name, Cameron Realty. Now that's my DBA. I'm Cameron Realty Group LLC, doing business as Cameron Realty. And then I registered my trademark as well, so now nobody else can use it. No, that's what I called it. All right, forming a professional association in the associate. We're almost done here. Just bear with me. Here's the thing. You're thinking, oh, this is all great, but I'm not a broker. Why are we learning about this, right? Because you're going to be tested on it. That's why you need to know it. But what about for you specifically as a sales associate? What are my options? Because you said I can only have one license and it has to be in my legal name. So I can't be paid commissions under an LLC and get all those wonderful tax deductions. You could. Get your license. Then you can create an LLC. It has to be a new one, not Slay by Dre. Okay? Just give me an example. You give me the example. And it would be the way you have to do it if you're going to use this LLC for real estate services specifically. There is a procedure you have to follow on Sunbiz. They know. They have the options. Why are you creating the LLC? Click for real estate services. Then you have to put, the way you create it is using your full legal name, and then you put comma LLC. That's the name of the LLC. So if it was me, it would be Michael Cameron Sadawi, comma LLC. That would be the name of my LLC. If I'm a sales associate and I want to be issued a license under that legal entity, why would I do it? This is the whole point. Why would I waste my time doing that? Now all the commissions I make, all the bonuses, everything, it gets paid through this Michael Cameron LLC. So I get to unlock all the wonderful business deductions that exist out there that employers get to take advantage of. I'm kind of like running it like my own business. I'm like a business owner. I'm an independent contractor, right? I pay for all of my own expenses. So why can't I write those off as a deduction? My cell phone bill that I'm talking to people about contracts and properties, write that off. My business attire, write that off. The space I set up in my house that I use as my laptop. All of that stuff, the mileage I put on my car that I drive to different properties, my signs, my business cards, my marketing content, all of that stuff. Everything is, you unlock all of that when you create this LLC. But you can't operate under a business entity. You can't create an LLC under some crazy name. Has to be your name, your legal name, like it appears on your license, comma LLC.
That's my middle name or just Jose Soto?
Your full name.
Oh.
Hold on 1 second. Yes.
The same name, first and last name as somebody else, and they also do real estate.
It doesn't matter.
No, but
Isn't it for real estate services? They have a procedure for that.
Dominic, comma LLC.
Yes. Exactly. You'll see when you get there. It's set. They have this available for that specific reason. You have to click real estate services.
Okay.
Okay. Consult a CPA if you need help with this. Okay. But they tell you the benefits here. You form, they call it a professional association. That's PA, LLC, or PLLC. These are your options, but most people just file the LLC. Anyhow, let's move on. Last thing. On page 119, you were asking about this. Can I pay somebody a salary to help me out? Your niece, your nephew, your cousin, whatever the case. Yes, you can. But they may and may not provide specific services, like what you were asking. Can they meet people and open up a property for open house? No, they can't. Can't do that. Can't show property. Put up signs for you, answer phone calls, take messages. They could take messages.
But you can say like this house is 4 bedrooms.
Can't get into that. Don't get into all the details of the property and all that stuff. Leave that to agent. You don't want to get involved in any type of service of real estate. If you're an unlicensed personal assistant, and you got to make sure that they don't, because they could jeopardize your license. But you could pay them a salary. You can't give them a commission. We understand why, right? If they don't have a license, they can't receive a commission. If they are ambitious and they want to get the license, great. They get the license and they can make it active with your same broker, bring them onto your team, and you can still keep them as your assistant, and you can give them a piece of your commission even. You can pay them a salary if they're unlicensed. If they finally get their license and they make it active, yeah, then you can pay them a commission. But remember, all commissions, they go through the broker before it goes to pay. All right, we're done with this unit. Whew. Let's take a quick break.
Something I understand. When is not communication because the person.
Hold on one second. Let's talk about a break. Just take a quick 10-minute break, okay? Be back at 8:55. 8:55. Stretch out, grab a snack, do what you got to do. Bless you.
It makes me want to second guess something.
Yeah, it's a little bit more natural.
Because if I was the whole women back or something.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. And then you can always tell that.
And her stomach.
It's not that noticeable.
Yeah.
It looks strong. There's a area looks strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, but before you just get a job, you know, everybody have that. That's what you'll see, they were like,
So they would be able to.
She said, she.
I'm saying. Oh, and you're looking at.
You know, it's so crazy.
And she.
No, I was looking at her.
Yeah, but it still was good for young. It didn't match her, right? It did match her.
It's time. Grab a seat. Camera's on. Camera's on, guys.
Do you see the chat?
Is that?
See the chat box? That button.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm gonna say you're getting questions, but I don't do.
Sometimes I'm in a flow state, so I have to focus a little bit. But yeah, if you have any questions online, just a shout out. But let's continue with Unit 6. Yeah, so yes, we do have enough time to cover Unit 6. Unit 6 is a lot less time than what we saw for Unit 5. As I mentioned to you, it's the second longest unit in the textbook. But Unit 6 is all about complaints, violations, and penalties. We need to be familiar with this to protect ourselves and others within real estate transactions. It just makes sense. And it's very cut and dry. It's black and white. There's no reading in between the lines. It is what it is. It's basic memorization. You have to know this stuff. Go to page 128. And to start things off, I want you to simply highlight, and you can read through this later on tonight, legal terms to know. Legal terms to know. You have a glossary in the back of your book. I also included flashcards in the exam prep. I know a couple of you already got the exam prep and you're playing around with it. Great. Because the flashcards exist there. It gives you the definition on one side rather than some of you I saw like making flashcards. It saves you that time. So it gives you the definition. You have to guess what the term is, and then you flip it over to see if you're correct. So it's good. It's interactive. Breach. I'm just going to briefly describe each one. Breach is the breaking of a promise. Concealment is withholding information. Culpable negligence is guilty of being careless. You can read through all of this later on tonight. I'm just briefly describing them. Fraud is lying. Material fact is relevant information. Misrepresentation means you didn't necessarily lie, you twisted the truth. It's also known as concealment because you're leaving something out to make it completely truthful. And moral turpitude is being dishonest. That's what it comes down to. Let's go to the next page. And this is what I wanted to get to. The complaint process. How many steps do you see to the complaint process? We're going to go through each one of these 7 so you understand. If somebody does something unethical, something illegal within a real estate transaction, you feel like it warrants filing a complaint against them. We'll see how that process works. Who do you file the complaint with, and so forth. What might be the result of that? So the first step is naturally filing the what? But who do you file with? Look, I'm highlighting it.
The beeper.
Well, division of real estate is within DeBeeper, but it's specifically Dre, the division of real estate. And Dre is not going to waste their time. They will only investigate a complaint that's legally what? I'm highlighting it. It's on line 9. Legally sufficient. Here, well, take a look at what's on these bullet points. These are the things that will make it legally sufficient. Either it violates a Florida statute, a DeBeeper rule, or a FREC rule. If it doesn't violate any of these, then it's viewed as a frivolous complaint and it's just going to be dropped. But if it does violate what we see on this list, they will investigate the complaint, and that's the next step. Do you see it? On the next page, line 16. What is investigate? They're going to read it out. They're going to read through the details of the complaint. They're going to spend time going through those details. That's investigation, right? Now, something interesting. If they believe that the allegations in the complaint are going to endanger the public further, what do you think they're going to do immediately until they can get down to the bottom of it? Yes, it's a summary or emergency suspension to stop them from practicing real estate until they figure it out. Let's move on. Go to page 132. If, upon investigation, there's enough evidence to pursue that complaint further, they take the complaint and send it over, look, highlight this, to the FREC's probable cause what? Panel. What is probable cause? It's on line 5. It's reasonable grounds for what? To prosecute somebody. Is there grounds to prosecute somebody based on what's in this complaint? Who determines that? Once again, majority vote of the FREC's probable cause panel. And what's their whole purpose? To determine probable cause. To see if probable cause exists. You'll see that here. Determination is by the FREC's probable cause panel. Now, what is the probable cause panel composed of? We know who FREC is. We know the total number of FREC members, which is, they choose 2 out of the 7 to be a part of this panel. That's what it is. They would like to get 2 current members of FREC, but they will accept even former members of FREC to be a part of this probable cause panel. Let's move on. If they determine probable cause, it's going to move on to the next step. If probable cause, reasonable grounds for prosecuting are discovered or determined, what's the next step? It's the 4th step. What is submitted? A formal complaint. We're talking about a formal complaint is sent to the licensee for whom that complaint was made against, right? They made a complaint against whatever licensee. By the way, complaints cannot be filed against a brokerage company. It has to be filed against an individual licensee. So if you think the broker is liable or responsible or the one that violated the law, then you go against their license, not their company. And that individual is going to have to explain themselves because there's 3 sides to every story. Your side, my side, and the what? Your side, my side, and the truth. But how do you get the truth if you're only getting one side of the story, the person that filed the complaint against that licensee? Don't you want to hear what the licensee has to say for themselves? So that's what the formal complaint is. They send it out to the licensee and they expect a response. Here's the details of that. You have within 21 days to respond, and here are your options. You cannot dispute the allegations and request to be heard within an informal hearing. You can dispute the allegations and request a formal hearing. We'll come back to this. Or not dispute the allegations and waive your right to be heard. So now go to the next page, page 134. They say everything in real estate is negotiable. And apparently, so are complaints. Because of what we see here on line 1. You can negotiate to settle the matter. That's called a stipulation, which is an agreement. To settle the matter so it doesn't go any further. Yeah. So maybe you are trying to reach a settlement, or you have a legal representative that's negotiating with the Division of Real Estate on your behalf. And you're basically saying, hey, listen, it was a simple mistake. Can I just pay a fine? So that's what the stipulation is. Maybe this could be a result of that stipulation. Maybe the Division of Real Estate says, based on what you did, we're going to give you an option right now to voluntarily give up your license and walk away from the real estate business permanently. Otherwise, if you keep on trying to fight for your position, we could revoke your license, and it could result in even further disciplinary action. We know revocation is permanent, right? And it's the most severe penalty FREC can impose. And revocation, for that reason, you don't want that blemish. So maybe they say, hey, listen, give up your license, no disciplinary action, walk away from the real estate business permanently. You could, but then you're going to have to explain yourself, right? They're going to ask you. They're going to ask you in the application, have you ever lost your license due to disciplinary action? Had a complaint filed again? They're going to ask these questions on the application. I understand. You can still apply and see where that goes, but you have to answer those questions truthfully. Let's continue on. Understanding the difference between an informal and a formal hearing. Let's talk about it. One of your options on how you respond to the complaint filed against you, hopefully this never happens to you, because you're going to do things right, ethically, follow the rules. Who's going to find out? Informal hearing is basically you're telling FREC, I'm not disputing the allegations, but it needs further explanation. And I want to be heard in front of the Florida Real Estate Commission. How often does FREC meet? Once every month. Where do they meet? Downtown Orlando. So they set aside time during their normal meeting once a month. You come in and explain your side of the story for this complaint. That's what the informal hearing is. Are you with me on that?
Yeah.
That's what it says here. And you can get supporting evidence, witness. It gives you details of how you might proceed. Hold on one second. Waiver hearing. This is when you fail to respond within 21 days. You don't comply with your election of rights. Then they're going to say you don't have the right to explain yourself. It is what it is. And you still have to come in for an informal hearing. You'll see that here, informal hearing. And then formal hearing is when you dispute the allegations. You don't agree what the complaint says against you. And you still want to be heard by the Florida Real Estate Commission. Well, the formal, go to page 135, you'll see it. I'm going to show you. The formal requires certain officials to be present. They're going to have DeBeeper's administrative law judge present in this formal hearing. That doesn't exist in an informal hearing. So they're part of DeBeeper. It's DeBeeper's administrative law judge. And now they have the right to subpoena people. You know what that means? Basically, ask people that are involved in this complaint to come in and give witness testimony and explain how they were involved and how you were involved. Yes. And the administrative law judge, what they'll do is they'll prepare and submit a recommendation to FREC as to what should happen to you. A recommendation to FREC. But it's still a recommendation. A recommendation is not final. It's what they recommend should happen to you based on what happened in the informal hearing. Who do you think issues the final order against the licensee?
Right.
It is FREC. And you'll see that as the 6th step. FREC, it's at their discretion and their decision as to what the final order is going to be against the licensee. Okay? What if you disagree with the final order? Maybe FREC, their final order is that they want to suspend your license for 2 years. That's what they think is appropriate, but you disagree with that. What can you do? Well, the last step, which is appeal, officially judicial review. And you have within how many days to file that? 30 days to file that appeal. It is what it is, yes. Meanwhile, what if you had pending deals and your license was jeopardized by the final order? I'm going to repeat that. Your license was jeopardized by the final order and you have pending deals, and that's putting food on the table for you and your family. As part of the appeal, you can request from FREC a stay of enforcement. A stay of enforcement allows you to continue practicing while you're waiting for the appeal process to be solidified. And get back on track, make commissions. It's all circumstantial. I'm not going to say it's definite, but this is a request you could file if you want to continue practicing while waiting for the appeal to be resolved. And if they agree to it, they must issue something called the writ, W-R-I-T, of supersedis. This is Latin. It means right to supersede, right to override. So they're overriding what they said the final order was going to be, which was maybe to suspend your license and you can't practice, but now they're allowing you to practice until it's resolved. Question about this? Okay, question.
So technically, after the final order, you were still active.
It depends. What is the final order? Is the final order to suspend your license, put you on probation, just charge you a fine?
If the final order was to take off my license, I could still appeal it and then still get another 30 days.
Well, you have to appeal and request.
But
They don't have to honor that request, but it is an option. All right, let's move on to the next page. We see administrative penalties. What does the word administrative mean? Administrative means what? License. So we're talking about what type of penalties? License penalties. Know this. There are 3 types of penalties that could be imposed if you violate real estate license law: administrative, civil, and criminal. It's section 6.5. But if you receive a question on your exam that says, what can FREC do to you? What's your answer? Only administrative. You'll see it right here. Do you see that? And does not extend to criminal action. So to confirm what we already know, can FREC put you in jail? No. Can FREC force you to pay somebody in a lawsuit? No. They only have control over so the most severe penalty is to do what with your license?
Revoke.
Yes. They can recommend you serve a jail sentence. They can recommend you pay somebody in a lawsuit. They just can't enforce themselves. Whoever the judge is in that legal action, right? Now, I want to show you something. It's on page 139. What I'm skipping over is summarized for us on this chart. What I'm skipping over is summarized here. What can the beeper or Dre do to you? Well, they can issue you a warning, a license warning. It's called a notice of what? You're receiving a notice that you're not complying with the rules. That's a warning. And it's a first response to a minor violation. You'll see right here. First offense only of a minor violation that did not cause economic, physical harm to the public. Okay? You get that? And you have within how many days to take care of it?
15.
If you don't, take care of it within 15 days. Or that DeBeeper Dre member is having a bad day, they can go straight to a what? No substantial threat to the public. However, it's a little bit more severe, more serious, and it could result in a fine of how much? $250 to $1,000, and you have within how many days to take care of it? To accept or reject the allegations. If you don't take care of it within 30 calendar days, it could result in a final order, which could affect your license, whatever the final order is. Now, what can FREC do to you? Let's go down here. It says reprimand, but let's go down to, can they deny you from getting a license? Yes. Go to the next page. Can they put your license on probation? Yes. Can they fine you?
Yeah.
Up to how much? $5,000. Can they suspend your license? Up to how long? 10 years. Maximum suspension of 10 years. No, this is FREC. FREC is the one that does this. Can they revoke your license? FREC. Yes. Your license no longer exists. It's gone. And it's permanent. Let's move on.
This is something, if we know requirement, so during this time, you have to renew every 2.
You have to renew every 2 years.
Even if suspended. But then
Yes. If you want to keep that license, you still have to do your education. Yeah, if you want to keep your license. If you don't, then let it go. Go to page 143, and now let's talk about criminal penalties for violations of real estate license law. Criminal. 143. And we're going to talk about a second degree, what starts with the M? Misdemeanor. The example, the only one you're going to be tested on is advertising property in a fraudulent, false, or deceptive or misleading manner. Isn't that called false? False advertising. Advertising in a false manner. False advertising. And we talked about this last unit, in unit 5, right? False advertising is a misdemeanor of the what degree? But what's the penalty that follows that violation? Up to how much of a fine? $500, and or up to how much time imprisonment? Yes. So know that false advertising. Now you know. Before we just saw that it was a second degree misdemeanor. Now we know could result in up to a $500 fine and or up to 60 days in jail. Question.
And then someone goes and looks at it and they're like, we're just kidding, it's actually this amount, that they wouldn't get in trouble for that, right? Or they could?
Yeah, they could.
Oh, that is.
I mean, I don't want to like harp on that specific example, but in general, if they're false advertising, then yeah, you can sue them. Now check this out. First degree misdemeanor. There's only one example that you can see and be tested on. It's right here. Failing to provide accurate and current rental information for a what? For a fee. You remember we talked about this? If you're selling rental information, you can sell it. You can sell it for whatever you want, but it comes with more regulation. If you sell a rental list, because you sold it, you take responsibility for all the information that appears on that list. Even though you're not the agent who put that property in the MLS, it's whoever was listing it on behalf of the property owner. You take responsibility for their accuracy and it being up to date because you sold it. You understand what I'm saying? You can sell it, but you take responsibility for it. So that's why you don't sell a rental list. You give it away for free. Then there's no liability. You feel me? Because you don't want a first degree. You got it.
Ever all
And all you have to do is remember 111. Why? It's a what degree misdemeanor? Up to how much of a fine? And or up to how much time imprisonment? 111. But then we come across a third degree felony. There's 3 examples of this, but what's the penalty that follows? Up to how much of a fine? And or up to how much time imprisonment? Yes. Here are the 3 examples. Let's go through it together. Lying on your license application. Let me repeat that. Lying on your license application. Lying to get a license. You get caught, could result in a 3rd degree felony.
The question there was no. With the name and the like your age. Yes.
What if you have to have a high school diploma? You don't have to attach it, but it's yes or no. You click yes, but you never graduated high school. GED is okay. We know that GEDs are acceptable, but you never got a high school diploma? Yeah, they find out later on, could result in a 3rd degree felony. And you could be charged if you got a license and you were selling real estate. You basically were selling real estate when you shouldn't have a real estate license. That could result in unlicensed practice of real estate, which is next. Do you see it? Unlicensed activity. Could be charged with 2 felonies. Selling real estate without a license, providing real estate services without a license. And if you somehow get your hands on an unauthorized copy of the state exam or you steal it from the testing site, don't ask me how you can do it. Nobody should have a copy of the state exam except for DeBeeper or Pearson VUE because of the national testing vendor. They're the ones administering that exam. So don't go searching online for state exam copies or whatever the case may be, because if you just so happen to stumble across it in the dark web and you get caught with the smoking gun, it's a 3rd degree what? It's a 3rd degree felony. And when you end up in jail with some undesirables, they're going to ask you what you did. Your new cellmate, either Bubba or Bertha, is going to ask you what you did. And if you tell them you're in there for stealing a few sheets of paper, you're probably going to have a different type of experience, okay? So don't do it. Pass the state exam, you don't need to cheat, is what I'm saying. So don't go digging in Miami and trying to look for the state exam. You have a question?
But I say like for the exam, real estate exam, and give a look at the answers, like they have it public there. You can go to Google and look it up.
He's saying don't bring like papers and cheese like while you're there.
Don't go looking for copies of the state exam. That's it. Can you look for practice questions? Yeah, we offer practice questions, hundreds. It's not the state exam. They're state exam type questions. But if you get your hands on an unauthorized copy of the state exam, yeah, 3rd degree felony. So don't do it.
That's for anyone.
Yeah. Just don't do it. There was a group of individuals that tried cheating, gaming the system, because this is what they did. Besides that, there was a group of individuals, that's all I'm going to say, and they teamed up with each other and intentionally failed the exam like 80, 90, 100 times. So every time they can memorize more and more, and then they would make write it down as soon as they left the testing facility, and they were selling it and stuff like that. Yeah, they caught him.
I feel like you should be able to take it after a certain amount of time. You just can't do it.
Unlimited attempts, but every time you go, it's a charge. All right. Our last subject of this unit. You ready? Last subject of this unit. The Real Estate Recovery Fund. I want you to think of this recovery fund is a giant piggy bank filled with money from all of us. You're probably thinking, okay, what money are you referring to? Everybody that applies for a real estate license pays an application fee. Everybody that renews their license pays a renewal fee. They take a piece out of these fees and they place it into this giant piggy bank. What is the whole purpose of this recovery fund? It's a good thing in our business, and you should know about it. It reimburses consumers who are financially injured by a what? A licensee. So if a licensee causes loss, harm to somebody in a real estate transaction, that person could potentially seek recovery from this real estate recovery fund. A lot of people don't know about it, but I'm telling you right now. I'm going to give an example. Well, I mean, that's what we're going through. Let's go through the details first. And if you still have questions about it, then don't hesitate to ask and we'll discuss it together. Go to page 145. In order for you to make a claim against a licensee for a loss that they caused you in a real estate transaction, as an example, because you were asking for an example, you gave them a deposit. They told you, oh, just write the deposit over to me, to my name. I'll take care of it for you for that property. But listen, you got to give $20,000 by tomorrow. Otherwise, that property is gone. And actually, to speed it up, you can even give me cash. They stole that. The real estate agent stole. This happens in the business. They're scam artists. They stole the money and ran off with it. To make a claim against that licensee for the money that you were defrauded out of, that they scammed you out of, the licensee has to meet some requirements. They had a current, valid, and active license when they caused the loss to you. It cannot have been a buyer, seller, landlord, tenant in the transaction. So they weren't wearing another hat in the transaction. They only acted in the sole capacity of a real estate what? Licensee. So that's the conditions that they have to meet. Now the claimant, the person making the claim against that licensee, they have to meet some requirements. Let's go through it. You have to take them to court first. You have to file a lawsuit against them first. You can't go directly to the recovery fund and just get reimbursed immediately. You have to take legal action. And the rest of this is kind of all about that legal action. But let me share some information about it with you. Let's just say you win the lawsuit. If the real estate licensee doesn't have the money, refuses to pay you, or files for what? Bankruptcy, now you can go to the real estate recovery fund for reimbursement. So you have to win the lawsuit, get a judgment against them for whatever you won, and then you can go to the real estate recovery fund with that judgment if they don't have the money, refuse to pay you, or file for bankruptcy. Because we know the court system is broken. To try to force somebody to sell all of their belongings so they can reimburse you, which was owed in a lawsuit, it's not an easy task. People don't just give it up willingly. They wait till the last minute. It takes a lot of effort and costs money. Spouses cannot make a claim against one another. You see that? That's pretty obvious, right? You can't game the system. What's the time limit to make a claim against a licensee for reimbursement from the recovery fund? Then 2 years of the alleged violation. What's the maximum payout from the recovery fund? $50,000. So let's go back to that example. You were defrauded out of a $20,000 deposit by that licensee. And now you can eventually go to the real estate recovery fund to try to get reimbursement. What will the real estate recovery fund reimburse you? $20,000. The recovery fund is not your personal piggy bank or a lottery ticket. It's not like, oh, they scammed me out of $20,000. I'm just going to claim the maximum. Can't do that. And the types of reimbursement you get is also limited as well. You can only be reimbursed the initial money that you were defrauded out of by the licensee. You can't claim court costs, legal fees, all these interest, none of that. Punitive damages, no. Okay, what if you got scammed out of a $75,000 deposit? What's the most that you can get reimbursed from the recovery fund? $50,000. But that's per one transaction. What about aggregate for multiple transactions? No more than how much? 150. So if they scammed 15 people out of a $10,000 deposit each, there's room for those individuals to seek reimbursement from the recovery fund. 15 times 10,000 is 150,000. Okay. Let's move on. I just mentioned this to you. Look, compensatory damages only will be reimbursed. So the fund will not reimburse attorney fees, court costs, interest, punitive damages. It's out the window, guys. Are you with me on this? You might be curious, okay, Michael, what are punitive damages? Have you heard of pain and suffering? Have you heard of that woman that went to McDonald's? She spilled the coffee on her lap and she got degree burns on her inner thighs and she sued McDonald's and she won like 2 million, 2.1 million. She got punitive damages on top of reimbursement of all her medical expenses. Her medical expenses were about $300,000, $400,000. So she got punitive damages of a whole lot more on top of that. Basically, punitive damages it's a dollar amount to penalize the individual or company from doing that same harm to another in the future. Like, I'm going to award this person X amount of dollars to make sure you never do this to somebody again. Something like that. You can't claim that from the real estate recovery fund. That's out the window. What will happen to your license until you pay back what you owe to the recovery fund plus interest? Mandatory suspension. And you'll see that. Pay it back, incomplete, full, plus interest. Last thing for this unit. Let's review something from Unit 5 to make sure we're clear and can bridge the gap to what we see in front of us. We're going to be tested on it, class exam question. Do you remember last unit when we talked about a transaction failing and the buyer and seller fighting over the deposit? Do you remember this? We call this conflicting demands. That's the official name. What must you do first when you encounter conflicting demands as a broker that's holding on to the deposit? Notify FREC within how many days? 15. And within 30, start the settlement or escape procedures. What are the escape procedures? It forms the acronym MAIL. Mediation. Buyer and seller choose a trusted third party to make a non-binding decision. Arbitration. Buyer and seller choose a trusted third party to make a binding decision. Litigation. I'll see you in. Judge decides. It's going to be legally binding. And then what we have in front of us, escrow disbursement order, or EDO. You're asking for whose advice? FREC. If you ask FREC for advice, do they have to give it? No. If they give it, must you take it? No, non-binding. If they give it and you take it, is FREC responsible? I told you we would come back to this. The answer is yes. So if FREC gave you bad advice and you're sued because of that bad advice, does FREC reimburse you? Yes. But not with their money. It's money from the real estate recovery what? Fund. At a maximum of how much per claim? 50,000. Any questions here? That's it. We're done with this unit. Questions? Preguntas? No?
Yeah.
All good? Who paid for their fingerprints and scheduled?
I paid for the.
Now. Fingerprints now. Self-motive. No, do it now. Do it as soon as possible. Don't waste any time.
Do you know if they offer fingerprinting on the weekend?
Yes. I know for a fact. Exactly. Yeah. So you pay and then they have their stations, their fingerprinting machines at UPS stores and sometimes FedEx stores. And you go there, you scan your fingerprints, they give you instructions and you walk out. You'll be out in like less than 10 minutes. Police station. Here's the thing about the police station. I don't recommend it because it's part of the service. It might not be the whole service. And then also, when they scan your fingerprints, sometimes what I've heard is people scan their fingerprints and then they give you a code. You have to go to a website, input the code, then you pay an additional fee to submit the results of those fingerprints to the licensing authority. It just requires additional step and probably the same amount of money. So my recommendation is pay that amount, get the code, submit your fingerprints, and it's all in one. You don't have to do anything else besides submitting your application. Yes.
Sir, if it didn't take your course, could she use the same thing from me? Because she hasn't done her yet.
Well, she have to pay. So share the link to pay, and then she can receive a code. I prefer that email us her information, and then we'll contact her, so we can send her the right code and everything. Well, that's who we have partners with. So anyhow, push your chairs, clean up your mess, drive safe. God bless. What is today? Wednesday? Hump day. What are we doing tonight? Review questions for units 5 and 6. Do not skip these questions every single night. Be prepared for tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Hasta luego. Hasta mañana. Arrivederci. Ciao. Bon.
Bom dia. Boa noite.
Bye, good night.
Adome.
Gracias, buenas
Hasta la
noches.
vista.
Bye.
Sí.
Class recorder.
Do we have the first class recorded?
Not ours, the first one that you gave in your life.
Oh, do I have it recorded?
So, fun. Okay. I know, many years, but I know. But we started.
Let's just say it took a while to refine. And in the first few courses, it's just like stand-up comedy. You know, you go up there and you might bomb a couple of times, but it's the fortitude to keep on going forward and take the scrutiny, take the shame of not performing your best and do it again.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. I appreciate it.